On behalf of the defendant.
At least we can continue.
Yes, Malady, I just wanted to bring it again to the attention of the court that when Ms. Jacobus started with her testimony, we requested that we be given the opportunity to cross-examine her just before Mr. Pinar wraps up. So I just want to... Before Mr. Pinar wraps up.
You wanted to cross-examine her before or at the end?
At the end, yes, at the
end. Before what he refers to as re-examination.
Thank you, my lady, because we have noted that our client's name is featuring quite predominantly in the proceedings. I just wanted to as well have Mr. Pihlela aware that he's likely going to cross-examine before us. If he needs,
Who, Mr.?
Is it Pihlela from Legal Aid?
Yes, but Mr. Pihlela, I've indicated he is still reading the record. I mean, we cannot be unless if he says he's ready.
Yes, I'm just trying to bring it to his attention as well.
Yes, let's not confuse him. Yesterday, I clearly indicated to him that he's still new on record. He must first read the record and see what he can do. But if he says he's ready, we cannot block him.
Yes, my lady. That is what that is the purpose of my brief address this morning.
Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, Mr. Foster, let me just find out after Mr. Foster who's going to follow.
Yes.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning. Will that be yourself?
Yes, my lady.
And then after yourself? After you?
I don't know who's following, my lady.
Yes, but we know this, they know each other. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Mrs. Foster.
Lady, thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Jacobus. My name is Phyllis Foster, and we act pro bono on behalf of the families of 4 deceased persons, and I will mention them to you. The first one is Jabulani Theophilus Maslongu. He died on the 27th of September 2016 at Badinga. And he also passed away at Badinga on the 12th of August 2016. We then appear on behalf of David Mpofu, who died at CCRC on the 3rd of August 2016, and then lastly on behalf of Jaco Stolz, who died also at Badinga on the 14th of October 2016.
Just before then, Mrs. Jacobs, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Deputy Director of the Department of Health, you were responsible according to your own evidence for all the NGOs as well as the hospitals from the 1st of August 2013. Is that correct?
No, Council. The date of August was changed to July, 1st of July 2013.
That's correct. I apologize. Thank you for the correction. Can you also just confirm during the arbitration hearing, you were legally represented as you are legally represented during these proceedings? Is that correct?
Just repeat again, Council.
Arbitration hearing.
Yes.
You were legally represented. Is that correct?
No, Council.
You did not have a legal representation?
No, Council. Yes, I did not have.
Okay, Mr. Lutama, and who did he appear on behalf of? Don't you know?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. You are legally represented by council appointed through the Department of Health at this stage, although you are on pension. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
During the arbitration hearing, Judge Museneke made a finding or part of his ruling that we can find you don't need to go there. I'll read it out to you on page 22361 of the record.
Page?
22361.
Yes.
Paragraph 8A was that the government was directed to take prompt and reasonable steps to report and cause to be reported to the House Professions Council. And then the names that was mentioned there was Tigu Ephraim Silabanu, Dr. Makhoba Manamela, Ms. Dumi Masondu, and Ms. Hannah Jacobus. That's you, is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And then you were indeed part of a disciplinary hearing at the Medical Health Council, is that correct? The Health Council. Okay, can you explain that to me? What was the hearing that you did attend?
I was at a disciplinary hearing at the Department of Health, at our own department.
Okay. I would like you to go to page number 28669, please. There were, in line 6, Ms. Lily Krauser asked you and said that there were...
Just go slow, we are still getting
I
there.
apologize, my lady. I have requested my attorney to direct the pages if he can assist the court.
This is Mr. Masanoge.
28669.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay.
28669. 28669.
Yes, I'm there. Are you there, Mrs. Jacobus?
Yes, my lady.
Ms. Jacobus, I would like to direct you to line 6. It says Ms. Lily Krauser. Now there are 2 charges against you. The one is breach of section 195 of the Constitution in that you failed to display a high level of professional ethics, in that you failed to protect the rights and interests of the mental health care users by allowing their transfer when you know or ought to have known that it was not in their interest. And you failed in a manner that is impartial, fair, and that you allowed your fear to cloud your professional judgment. Do you agree?
Yes, that was said, counsel.
So that, if I understand your evidence correctly, that's the first charge in a disciplinary hearing held by the Department of Health.
Yes, counsel.
So the hearing or referral to the Health Profession Council, that has not been concluded as per Judge Moseneki's order. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't called to appear for a disciplinary hearing at the council.
Then I want you to go to the next page, page number 28670. If you just scroll down. Charge number 2 is at line 11. Again, Ms. Lily Krauser says, now let us just turn to charge 2. Charge 2 is that you breached the Mental Health Care Act in that you failed to take steps to ensure that the mental health care users were protected from exploitation, abuse, and degrading treatment. That was the second charge. Is that correct?
Yes, counsel.
And to both these charges, you pleaded guilty. That's
yes,
correct?
counsel. Yes.
And you were sentenced with a final warning. If I understand correctly, it was suspended for 6 months, or the final warning was enforced for a period of 6 months. Is that correct?
Not suspended, counsel, but disciplined for 6 months.
Yeah, but it was only valid, if I can put it like that, for 6 months.
Excuse me, yes, for 6 months.
So on your file, there will be a final warning valid for 6 months, and after the 6 months, the final warning would subside, if I can put it like that. Do you agree?
Yes, counsel.
On page number 28671, line 10, if you just scroll down to the next page, my lady, I apologize. I will go to the next question. I think my page numbers are wrong. I'll come back to this one.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobus, you continue to work then as a deputy director. You were not suspended, although you did admit that you unlawfully completed the contents of the licenses. Do you agree?
Yes, counsel.
In fact, you worked until September 2020 when you went on pension. correct?
August 2020.
Right. And then they appointed you on contract basis up until April 2021.
Yes, Council.
You testified that you were aware of the litigation between SASOP and SADAG. Is that correct? In December 2015, if I'm not mistaken. You were aware of the litigation.
Yes, Council.
You were referred to it by Ms. Hassim as well yesterday.
Yes, Council.
Now, my question to you is, were you ever requested to provide any information relating to the compilation of any affidavits during those litigation proceedings?
No, Council.
Did anybody request any information from you regarding verification of NGOs or the readiness thereof, or from the hospitals?
Just
Relating
repeat your
to that
question.
litigation? Okay, I'll rephrase it.
Repeat, please.
I'm only on the subject of the litigation. So my
Yes.
question to you is, were you ever approached by Mr. Mosanoge, by Dr. Lebete, by Dr. Manamela for information relating to readiness or the verifications of any NGOs or hospitals to where these medical healthcare users had to be transferred to?
Please let the question be.
Oh.
It's too long. Just a second. Please just cut your question. It's too long for the witness. Let the witness please rephrase it.
I will do so.
And just go slow. It appears you still have the energy, still in the morning.
Thank you.
For your colleagues who are also taking notes, please.
I will do that. Okay.
Them and the court. Continue.
Ms. Jacobus, during
Yes.
these litigation proceedings, affidavits were handed into the court.
Yes, Council. I hear what you're
Affidavits,
saying.
the evidence before this court is that affidavits have been drafted by Dr. Lebete, by Mr. Mosanoge and Dr. Manamela in these proceedings.
Yes, I hear what you're saying.
Yes, continue.
My question to you is, were you ever approached by any of these signatories to the affidavits or deponents to the affidavits requesting information from NGOs or hospitals specific relating to that litigation? So
No,
did they ever
Council.
ask you to tell you then, was the NGOs ready? Which NGOs are ready? Was their verification done? Did you ever supply any information to them?
No, Council.
These statements during the litigation, was the statements ever presented to you to peruse?
No, Council. But can I explain?
Yes.
I became aware of the litigation on the day of the court case, but not prior to that. I wasn't aware about the litigations, only on the day of the court case. That was held at the High Court. I think it was in Johannesburg. Yeah, I think it was there.
You will agree with me that you were the deputy director, the head that was in charge of all the NGOs in the hospitals.
Yes, Council.
So you would have been the best person to consult and to obtain information from. Is that correct?
I assume so, Council.
Continue.
What was your working relationship with Mr. Mosanoge and Dr. Lebete? Did you meet, saw them in meetings? Did you have meetings together?
No, Council. I think when Mr. Mosanoge was appointed as the project leader, I think I attended 1 or 2 meetings, but not much. During the project, I did not know Dr. Lebete then. We only afterwards, as time went on, then I became known with Dr. Lebete. There was a previous DDG, Dr. Mfanyani. I not knew him, but I think I've also met him twice, and we spoke twice. One at the Cullinan CRC Center, and then once at the offices.
So I would be correct that you did not really have direct contact with either Mr. Mosonogi or Dr. Lebete?
Yes, Council.
Ms. Jacobus, during these proceedings, what we know is that Exhibit H1 was an affidavit signed by you on the 9th of May 2019 that we can find on page 1511 of the record. Then we have Exhibit H2 that you signed on the 3rd of August 2018, and we can find that on page number 36619 of the record.
3669. And the first page is Council?
It's 1511. So Exhibit H1. You signed it on the 9th of May. Do you agree?
I'm just getting the Council.
Okay.
1511. Council, can I just ask again for clarification? Is the page 1511?
Yes, Ms. Jacobus, it's H1. Just scroll down. Just want to double check if maybe I make a mistake.
I think the page number is wrong, Council. Page 1511, it's the sworn affidavit of Dr. Wadvala.
It's 1503, my lady.
The correct page is 1503.
My lady, thank you to Ms. van Bergen. I see it's 1510, but in any event, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's where it ends. Yeah.
But that's what I'm referring to.
It starts from 1503, and then the signature is on 1510.
Thank you, my lady. Can you confirm you signed it on the 9th of May 2019?
Just going to the last page to see the date. Yes, 9/5/2019.
And then Exhibit H2 was the statement that you made to the SIU, and that has been signed on the 3rd of August on page 36619. 36619. You signed it on the 3rd of August 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
Then your testimony that you gave in the Exhibit H3 that was handed in was discussed with you, and that's the amendments that you made to your statement, and that was signed on the 12th of January 2022 by Mr. Electronically signed by your counsel.
Yes, Council.
And that can be found on page number 37326.
Page
37326.
37326.
Whilst on that page, we can read that the second sentence. Okay, are you on that page? It says,
yes,
as paragraph 32, the second sentence commencing with I have is correct and amended to read as follows. I confirm that the transcript and relevant annexure to the arbitration hearing as annexure HJ1. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Then you also provided testimony during the arbitration award. That was on the 19th day of January 2018. So in a timeline of events, you've testified first and then you made these statements after your testimony at the arbitration. Is that correct?
I assume so, Council. I can't remember back clearly, but
Just for record purposes, your arbitration testimony can be found on page number 28329 to 28774. 329, my lady?
323
No, 28
28
329.
329.
Yes, up until page number 28774.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobus, you testified that you've read the report of the Ombudsman. Is that correct?
not the full report, not read with intention, but scan through.
Okay.
I never really read the report in with full intention.
When you read the report, was there anything that you read that you disagreed with or that you found that was not correct during what you did read?
Council, I cannot attest to that because, as I've said, I didn't read with full intention. Hence, my collection of the report would be that I would have to read the report again and then I can answer and state whether I agree or not.
Did you provide any information for the Ombudsman in order for them to complete the report? Were you ever requested to provide any information?
No, I did not provide any information, but I was questioned by the Ombudsman.
Like in an interview, a personal face-to-face interview?
Yes, Council.
So the information you did, in other words, you did provide information to the Ombudsman during an interview?
Yes, Council.
Ms. Jacobus, did you ever, are you aware of the civils level agreement between Life Esidimeni and the Department of Health? Did you see that service level agreement? Are you aware of it?
No, I didn't see it, but I know about service levels agreement between Life Esidimeni and Department of Health, because we would also have quarterly meetings with them, but there was a person appointed that worked directly with Life Esidimeni, and we would get feedback from our colleague.
I will put it to you that this service level agreement forms part of this record, and it can be found on page number 35017.
35017.
And this service level agreement consists of 44 pages, 45 pages if my maths. It goes up until page number 35062.
I'm listening, Council.
I will just put it to you that during the service level agreement, if you scroll down on it, it contains definitions. It's discussed, the scope of the agreement is discussed, the commencement of when the agreement is in place is discussed, admission procedures is discussed, leave, discharge of patients, care facilities. So 44 pages of this is the agreement between Life Esidimeni and the Department of Health. It contains the service level agreement.
Yes, Council.
And would you agree with me that this service level agreement is a process that ensured that people are cared for, or let me rather put it the other way around, it ensures that it's an elaborate process and therefore a service level agreement is essential before a license can be issued. So would you agree with me?
A license in terms of Life Esidimeni, Council?
No, with any NGO, it's very important to have a service level agreement by the Department of Health before a license is issued. Because the procedure, the process...
Do you understand the question?
Yes, yes, I understand the question. Can I answer, Council?
Yes. Just give her the chance to answer, please.
Council, in terms of NGOs, my approach that was discussed with Dr. Manamela when I started there was, and even with finance, that we cannot draw up a service level agreement first at the district and then issue a license. Because if after the inspection, it was to be found that we cannot license this NGO, then we will sit with a binding contract of a service level agreement that has been signed. Thus, we first made out the license and then the service level agreements with the NGO would then be engaged with.
Okay. So, in other words, the service level agreement, would you agree with me, will also contain the budget?
Yes, Council.
Okay. And then if I understand you correctly, the license must be issued after or before a service level agreement is.
Yes.
So we all know,
Yes.
sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue.
No, I'm listening.
So we know,
Yes, Council.
the evidence before this court is that.
Just a second, you're saying the service level agreement must be concluded when? After the license. Yes, please don't talk with the witness at the same time.
I apologize.
Dialogue, otherwise we will not follow her evidence. Give her the chance to finish with her evidence and then proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Okay, do you agree with me that the service level agreement will contain the budget agreement between the parties as well?
It won't be the budget will not be stipulated on the service level agreement, but the service level agreement attests to the fact that the department will subsidize the NGO as long as the contract is in place. But the actual figure will not be on the budget, on the service level agreement.
Right, so we know in this case that the licenses were completed, but that no service level agreement was completed with the NGOs.
No, Council.
Right, I want to refer you to Exhibit H2, page number 36592, please.
Page
36592. This is the statement that you made after being approached by the SIU. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Now, my understanding upon the reading of this statement is that you were very concerned about the linen.
Yes, Council.
And I want to take you through your statement. In paragraph 5.1 of this statement that can be found on page 36593.
There, Council.
In line 4.
Yes, Council.
You said that the meeting took place during December 2015. One of the points of discussion related to the provisioning of linen. I became aware of the aforementioned the following Monday morning during MHD meeting chaired by Manamela. It was during this MHD meeting that I became aware of an entity, Johannesburg Linen. Manamela informed me that I had to follow up on the supply of linen to all NGOs involved in the Esidimeni project to ensure that each of them had sufficient linen available. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Then I asked Manamela how the GDOH was going to go about sourcing the linen and how would it be financed. Because based on my knowledge and experience, it is the responsibility of the NGO to ensure that they have sufficient linen prior to taking in patients. Then if you move to paragraph 5.2, again on the same statement, you said approximately 2 weeks after receiving the assignment from Manamela, so I assume that's now after the December 2015 meeting, I contacted Mr. Stefan Maritz, the person identified by Manamela, in respect of the supply of linen. I informed Maritz that I received a message from Manamela that he has opted to provide linen to the NGO. Maritz confirmed someone from GOH had contacted him, but he did not attend the meeting at WKH. I don't know what that stands for. I assume Westkoppies Hospital. Am I correct?
Just repeat that statement again, Council. Your voice is going up way a bit.
Let me just put. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. It says that Maritz, however, stated that I could not confirm that he had contacted him, but he did not attend the meeting at WKH. Is that Westkoppies Hospital? The
Yes.
abbreviation. Does that stand for Westkoppies Hospital?
SK's Hospital, yes.
All right, but Maritz did not indicate who contacted him and I did not query. Maritz, however, stated that I could nonetheless meet with him.
Yes.
I did not have a vehicle and I was accompanied by Rochelle Godin from GDOH Tshwane District Office. Rochelle and I met with Maritz at Meelmet Hospital in Pretoria and he was hospitalized at the time. His wife also attended the meeting and he was not in position to do much at that time due to his illness and recovery. Despite his medical situation, he was willing to help the GDOH and do his level best as he felt it was for a good cause. During the meeting, we discussed the type of linen that the NGH would require. It is bed sheets, cover sheets, overthrows, pillows, and pillowcases.
Yes, Council.
The same statement, paragraph 5.3, you said that on the second line, Manamela informed me that I had to contact all the new NGOs as they specifically had to be supplied with the required linen. I drew up a list of the NGOs that would require linen, including their contact details, addresses, and provided it to JHB Linen.
Yes,
the next paragraph 5.4, you were concerned. By line 2, I was not sure how it would work as NGO payments are divided into the following portions. 50% of the payment received from the GDOH is allocated to human resource payments, 45% towards goods and services, and 5% towards administrative costs. It is, for example, computer consumable. Then paragraph 5.5, However, MHCUs were placed in NGOs even prior to the linen situation was addressed. It meant that some NGOs were receiving MHCUs without having proper linen. In paragraph 5.6 on the next page, you testified that however, there was a delay in the delivery. Maritz only started delivering the linen during July 2016 and August 2016. At this stage, the MACUs were already placed in the NGOs.
Yes, Council.
So, in Exhibit H2, for 3 pages, your main concern was the linen.
Yes, Council.
I will get back to this point, but I want you to remember this. Now, yesterday, Ms. Hassim referred to that 77 medical healthcare users has passed away, and I want to take you to the record. It's on page 17939.
Page?
17939.
17929.
39, my lady. 39. Yeah. Ms. Hassim referred you to the Ombudsman report, and she referred you to the specific bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bullet point number 5. No, I apologize, it's 6. That between the May and September 2016, 77 medical care house users died or passed away. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
So during this period, July to August, where you were so concerned about the linen that you wrote a statement consisting of 3 pages, almost 77 medical healthcare users has already passed away, but your main concern was the linen.
I'm listening, Council.
What is the question here?
My lady, the question is, can she explain why by that time people has passed away and died, but the only main concern that Ms. Jacobus has is linen that has not been paid?
Yes, Mr. Late.
As the court pleases, my lady, I just want to inform my learned friends that we don't have unnecessary cross-examination. This statement was taken by the SIU, the Special Investigation Unit. They were investigating the financial misconduct of the department during this whole issue. They did not investigate the deaths of the people. That was investigated by my team, Dr. Colonel Ditabo and so forth. And they were specifically asked, the witnesses, about the misconduct regarding the financial aspects of the whole marathon project. It's not as if it was the witness's concern. It was what was asked from her by the investigators of the SIU.
Okay. Ms. Foster?
My lady, indeed I did take that into consideration, but as the court will clearly hear during my cross-examination, that is unfortunately not the case with the rest of the statement. That might have been the mandate that's stipulated in the paragraph, but the court will clearly see that the rest of the statement does go to the other NGOs, what happened there, how they were taken to hospital, and I will get there eventually.
As long as you don't derail us, please, let's go to the point.
I will do that, my lady.
Continue.
Ms. Jacobus,
Yes,
I have one more point to make on this, and then I will continue. Paragraph 5.7.
Paragraph?
5.7 of Exhibit H2, that's on page 359.
But has the witness responded to this question? She has not yet responded.
No, my lady.
Can we clear that one first so that we can go to the next one? Yes, just rephrase and then let her respond to that question.
My question to you is that in the statement, during the period where 77 people has died, your biggest concern was the fact that the GDOH, or who's going to pay for the linen, you even took the time to go to Mr. Maritz while he was in hospital to arrange for linen that was delivered whilst the medical healthcare users has passed away. Your concern was more regarding the payment of the linen and the required linen, specific linen, that it was regarding the people that had passed away.
So my lady, if I just want to record the question correctly, is my learned colleague suggesting that by July 2016, 77 patients had already died? That, my lady.
Please clarify, Ms.
No, my lady. I'm saying that in paragraph 5.6, the witness has stated that the linen was only delivered in July 2016 and August 2016. But according to the Ombudsman, during that period of May to September, 77 medical healthcare users has already passed away.
And my lady, if my mind serves me well, the record will tell this court that patients they were transferred from May 2016.
Yes.
Yes. And
Yes.
if it's possible for my learned colleague to first clarity to the witness, when did the patients got transferred first, and when did the patients died after transfer? I think that would be fair to the witness.
Let her just put the question properly to the witness. Just rephrase so that the witness can understand the question. Yes, Ms. Foster.
I will do so. Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, the testimony, your own testimony is that the transfer of the patient started in May 2016. Is that correct?
I cannot recall that. Council, can you take me to that? Because I'm not really aware when the transfer started. I was not involved with the down referral or inception of users from life.
Okay, it was supposed to happen, the Marathon project, when was it implemented? When would you have to start moving patients and then it was extended up until June 2016. And by the end of June 2016, all of the patients were transferred. Is that correct?
By the end of June, yes, that was my recollection and knowledge that I've heard the last patients were transferred on the last day of June.
Can you tell the court how many patients did you need to transfer from Life Esidimeni? Can you remember the amount?
Council, I was not involved in the transfers of patients from Life Esidimeni to NGOs.
The information we have on record that it was more than 2,000 medical healthcare users that needed to be transferred from Life Esidimeni institutions to NGOs. Would you disagree with that?
I cannot disagree, Council, because I have no knowledge. I was not part of that team that had all that information.
I want to take you back to your statement exhibit H2. I just want to take you to the direct page, paragraph 5.7, that can be found on page
5.7.
Yeah, 36595.
6595. 95. Yes, Council.
In this paragraph, you stated that after talk began of the GDOH closing some of the NGOs, I approached Manamela to find out what the GDOH is going to do in respect of the linen supplied by JHB Linen and the payments still owed to the supplier. Manamela was never able to advise me on that matter as she was suspended approximately 1 week later. 3 more months after Manamela's suspension, a new acting director, MHD, was appointed, Dr. Kobi Maree. I informed Maree regarding the linen situation. I felt it was the GDOH responsibility to ensure that the supplier receives payment as it was the GDOH that ultimately drove the supply of linen to the NGOs. Once the NGO started to close down, Maree was not paid. As I can recall, only Shaman House and Anchor House settled their accounts. And then the last sentence, you stipulated that to date the matter has not been resolved. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Was there anything else after the closing of the NGOs? Any other concerns that you have raised with the department or with Dr. Maree?
Any other concerns? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Council, if you can explain more.
Okay. You were so concerned about the fact that the linen situation has not been resolved and Maree has not been paid. Was there anything else that bothered you, that you raised concerns about, that you wanted the Department of Health to sort out or resolve after the closing of the NGOs?
After the closing of the NGOs, we were not involved and we only became aware of the closing of the NGOs when the NGOs were already closed down. A meeting was called by, I think it was said, Dr. Salobano, to inform all the health. It was a general meeting for everybody, ourselves in the unit and senior management and other unit managers were present at that meeting. And we've just been told that the NGOs was closed and all patients is being removed.
I thank you for your answer, Ms. Jacobus, but you're not answering my question. My question is, was there any concerns after the closing of the NGOs, except for this one issue of the linen where Mr. Maritz was not paid, that you brought up with Dr. Marais, that you found that the Department of Health still needed to resolve? Was there any other thing that bothered you?
Yes, there were other, but I felt that was the most, because I wanted to know how far that situation was and what was done towards it. Because personally, I felt obliged that situation was supposed to be sorted out, because I was instructed to contact Mr. Maritz and I've worked with him. So it's just right in terms of my humane that should have been sorted, or I need to follow up how far the sorting of that is.
Ms. Jacobus,
Yes,
you explained to this court that the whole situation was very hectic and very chaotic. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You even contained in your statement a situation where you went to Edgar's to compare prices of this linen. Is that correct? To make sure that Mr. Maritz's price is in line?
Not prices in line, but just to benchmark and to sort of preempt what the cost would be.
So even during this whole chaotic and hectic period, you even had time to drive to Edgar's to benchmark linen prices?
Council, can I just explain and take you back? If you can see that the mandate that was given was during 2015 in December after the last Vescopis meeting, and that was the 13th of December. And then contact was made with Mr. Maritz. And during that time, yes, between the visits and all that, I made time while Mr. Maritz was working out his quotation so that I can have an indication what the prices would be and whether the NGOs would be afford to buy or to pay for those linen. Because I'm not sure, I had several scenarios in my head. The one is if the NGOs has to pay, yes, then I need to know more or less what is coming. And the other one was if the department pay, I'm sure it won't be a problem because the department will be in a position to pay for that linen.
Thank you, Ms.
I have to look out for the concern for the NGOs.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobus. I will then move to another topic. I want to take you to page number 28559. And specifically with reference to line 16, this is your testimony during the arbitration award, arbitration hearing, where Ms. Hassim asked you in line 16, do you know how many patients died at Takalani after that move, after that court case? And your answer was, no, madam, I cannot say out of my head, but no, I cannot. Then Ms. Hassim says,
just a second. Oh, yes, 559.
That's correct, my lady. Line 16.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Do you know how many patients that died at Takalani after that move, after that court case? And you said, no, madam, I cannot say out of my head.
Just go slow, please, for the witness to understand the questions. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Do you follow, Ms. Jacobus? I'm at line 19.
Yes.
Then Advocate Adila Hasim, 38. If you continue to the next page, you say, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, shoo. Advocate Adila Hasim, 38 died. Did you know that men and women were not separated? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, I have heard that afterwards, madam, when officials were sent to go and work there. Advocate Adila Hasim, and do you know that there were reports of rape? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, no, madam, I'm not aware of that. Ms. Adila Hasim, are you aware that there was typhoid, is that how you pronounce it, outbreak soon after that court case 2 months later? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, I've heard from when we were going out with the environmental health, they informed me that they are busy at Takalani with that outbreak. So you were not even aware of how many people died in June 2016 at Takalani. You were not even aware of the outbreaks. You're not even aware about the rape.
I don't know, you're too fast. I don't think you can ask the witness so many questions. Let her answer one question and then you move to the next one, please.
Okay, thank you, madam.
I don't know why you are doing this today. Continue.
Ms. Jacobus, I'll start again. From this evidence that was presented at the arbitration award that I've just read out to you, yes, you did not know how many people died at Takalani.
That's correct, ma'am.
According to your evidence that I've just read out to you, you were not even aware of the typhoid outbreak at Takalani.
Yes, Counsel.
According to the evidence that I've just read to you, you did not even know that the men and women were not separated.
Yes, Counsel.
According to this evidence, you were not aware of the rape reports.
Yes, Counsel.
And according to this evidence, this all happened in June 2016.
I hear that, Counsel.
On the next page, page number 28560, line 14. Sorry, my lady, I see I've already discussed this. Can we please move to 28581?
Yes.
From line 9.
Line 9.
That's correct, my lady. 28581. 81. Sorry. My lady, just give me 1 second. Line 9.
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hasim, thank you. Do you know how many people died at Sepong? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, no, I'm not aware, ma'am. I think what I've been told, there was 2 people who died at Sepong. Advocate Adila Hasim, it was actually 13. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, 13. I'm not aware of all the deaths at the NGOs. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
So once again, you were not even aware of how many people had passed away at Sepong.
Yes, Counsel.
Then I want to take you to page number 28598. Line 6.
1 minute, Counsel.
Why are you laughing?
I'm sorry, Judge, but I work on a monitor assisting the witness, and as soon as I type in the page number, the monitor switches off. Can you just repeat the number, please?
28598.
Yes,
Thank you.
This evidence specifically related to Sia Badinga and Anchor House.
yes, Counsel.
At line 6, Advocate Adila Hasim asks you, do you know how many patients died at these? Then you ask her, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, at those 2 centers? No, madam. Then Advocate Adila Hasim says 29. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, I have heard afterwards. Then Advocate Adila Hasim, you have heard that afterwards? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, afterwards, yes, madam. Advocate Adila Hasim, do you know that 29 died? So you know that 29 died. Ms. Hannah Jacobus, yes, after the deaths, when it was discussed, but not during the time of the deaths. Do you see that? Do you agree?
Yes, with that statement, yes, Counsel.
So not at Sepong, not at Takalani, not at Sia Badinga, not at Anchor House, you were not aware of how many people died at those centers?
Yes, Counsel.
During the cross-examination of Ms. Govender, you told the court that you regret your actions. Or can you still remember that?
Yes, that was in the arbitration deliberation, the end of that.
I will argue at the end, and I'm putting it to you, that it's extremely regrettable that even after the closure of the NGOs, during your testimony at the arbitration award, you did not even know how many medical healthcare users passed away. But you still went to Dr. Maree to fight for payment of linen. That was your biggest concern.
And your question to that statement, Counsel?
Would you agree with me?
No, Counsel. I disagree with the statement you're making now that I wasn't concerned about the deaths.
But can you explain how you did not know how many people died? You were the head of the NGOs and the hospitals.
When the project
Yes, Ms.
started,
Marut.
Counsel?
Just a second, Ms. Marut.
My lady, I'm going to object pertaining to relevance, and these questions was already answered, and it's part of evidence.
Ms. Foster.
I'm sorry, my lady, I do not know how it was answered. My question to you is how did she not know during the arbitration award how many people had passed away? And she did not answer the question.
But Ms. Marut's objection relates to relevance. That's how I understand her. Can you
Yes,
elaborate?
my lady.
Yes. Or you want to respond to?
No, my lady, I just want to
really don't
confirm
understand the objection.
Just a second, Ms. Foster. Mrs. Marut.
my lady, as indicated, my objection is mainly pertaining to relevance and the fact that the witness did not know about the amount of people dying at each NGO. She indicated she did not know. So I don't see the relevance to proceed in that aspect, to ask her the reason behind that and the relevance thereof. And she answered those questions already by indicating she was not aware at that point in time.
Yes, Ms. Foster.
My lady, as the court pleases, my question to this witness was that she was the head of the NGOs. 144 medical healthcare users lost their lives, and that is why we are here today. So my question is, how did she not know as the head of the NGO how many people had died? How is that not relevant? But I will leave it for argument.
You can answer. Let's hear, Miss. If you know you have the answer.
Thank you, my lady.
Question is, how did you not know? Let's hear.
The reason why I did not know was in terms of after the identification of the given NGOs, and that was, I think, towards almost towards the end, middle February, we had a mental health directorate meeting. And there in that meeting, Dr. Manamela has divided us into teams to further the execution of this project. And I was assigned to go and look for beds. And I should not come back. I don't need to come back to the office and assist with that. And that was my brief. So I was not in the office. I was not part of any further discussions or deliberations at the office. I was out in the field, mostly the Pretoria area, because there's a lot of places that I know and hospitals and stuff. So my concentration was more on that side.
Ms. Jacobus, when a medical healthcare user passed away, what is the procedure to be followed?
When a medical healthcare user passed away in hospital or at an NGO?
Is there a different procedure for each? Let's say for an NGO. Let's start with an NGO.
With the NGO, when a person passed away, the NGO manager will inform the district office. Okay.
Yes.
With an NGO, that the NGO manager will inform the district office and hand in all the paperwork, what is being done, or prior to that, during that time, who was informed, was the family involved, whoever was involved. So a full report needed to be handed in. Then the district office will then send out a representative to the NGO to inspect or go and gather more information what happened, if it was normal or not normal. And then from there, they will compile a report and send it us into central office with all their stuff that they've done, or even accompanying documents. Let's say there was maybe a post-mortem done after that or whatever. So everything will come up to the central office. We will then look also at this thing, and if it was found it's not natural, we will go out again and determine what was what, and then further action would be taken as decided by the director in terms of finalization, and maybe medical sort of accompaniment would be asked for to conclude the report. And with that, there's a special unit within the health department that specifically deal with that. The minute is being reported to us, we also inform that specific unit, where the deputy director of that unit was himself or send out a team to also do their investigation. And then all that information will then be concluded, given to the director, and I think the director inform the immediate supervisor and the HOD of what happened. If it was not a normal procedure or a normal death, I should say.
So the bottom line is your department will be informed if there's an unnatural death at an NGO.
A normal and unnatural. Natural and unnatural.
I would like to take you to, sorry, do you still want to add something?
Yes, Council, I said both instances, it will come into us, and we will, from both sections, will then do all simultaneously. The mental health directorate and the incident directorate will then conduct a visit, an investigation.
So if you combine this answer that you just provided us with my previous question, it makes it, you were supposed to know how many people
I was supposed to know what, Council, if you can explain.
How many people have died? If your department was informed.
Council, I cannot agree with you there, because as I've said, since the project started, I was not in the office. So I have no information, no recollection what happened at the office. I was out in the district working there.
Ms. Jacobus, I would like to refer you to page number 36600.
3660. Yes,
Paragraph C 6.10,
yes,
the fourth line.
yes.
The original NGO was Life Disciples. I only became aware of Sia Badinga occupying wards at CCRC when 2 of their patients passed away. France and I went to collect their deceased reports, and upon our arrival met with a lady. You see that?
Yes, Council.
Can you provide any answer why you went there to collect the death reports of 2 patients?
We were sent by Dr. Manamela, who informed us that we should go and go to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, and that according to my knowledge now, it wasn't 2, it was 7 patients that has died. Patients died at Cullinan. We must go and investigate what is going on, and she hasn't received any paperwork as yet. And that is how we went to Cullinan Rehabilitation Center, Council.
When was this?
Council, I had some scribbling notes the other day, and because of Council that was objecting, I didn't bring, but I think I can't remember the date out of my head. But we went there, we went to the CRC CO's office. CO was in Johannesburg apparently for a meeting. I spoke to the chief matron there, and the chief matron informed us the deaths didn't occur at the hospital, but at the NGO. And I was surprised because that time it was before the placement of patients at Cullinan, because there wasn't anyone placed there. As far as my recollection went, Mr. Wagner, with whom I met during the Sterpentin Hospital, has indicated that they're busy renovating a ward to occupy. So I thought it was Mr. Wagner. So the matron went with us to the NGO to go and introduce us. And when the introductions, Mrs. Nwile was introduced to us, and I asked, but we're not looking for Mrs. Nwile, we're looking for Mr. Wagner that was supposed to have an NGO on the premises. And then Mrs. Nwile informed us that he's no longer there, he wasn't there, but she's the manager that runs the NGO.
It's a long answer.
Yes.
I will leave it for argument, and my lady, I will request that we adjourn for tea at this stage. I will then move to a new topic.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is now 16 minutes past 11. The court will take a tea adjournment. The witness is warned. We will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
That's good. Please.
We're coming back yet?
Ms. Jacobus, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You may proceed, Mrs. Foster. Ms. Foster?
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, I want now to go to the issuings of the licenses and your inspections that you held at the NGOs. And I would like to refer you to paragraph 6.8 of your statement H2, and that can be found on page 36599.
Yes, Council.
If I understand your testimony correctly, we all know now that the formal auditing process did not happen. You had a budget letter, you went for an inspection, and the instruction from Dr. Manamela was that you have to compile licenses based on the budget letter. Is that correct?
Yes, Council. Yes.
And then you will complete the license, and you said you gave her a soft copy and she signed it.
Yes, Council.
On this paragraph 6.8, you start with I just wanted to make sure of the date. You testified as well that these inspections started early in December 2015 already of the NGOs.
Yes, just before Christmas, we've started with the hospitals.
Okay, so that was in December 2015. Then on paragraph 6.8 line, from the first line, it said, as the engineers went along with the assessment of the Kalafong facilities, they also measured the floor space in all the areas to determine how many beds could fit into the space. Due to the large bed capacity, a decision was made to give space to NGOs to operate from. That is how the space was allocated to Precious Angels and Anchor House.
Yes, Council.
So do I understand this paragraph correctly in that you based your decision for Precious Angels and Anchor House only on the fact of there was a large bed capacity?
It was based on, because after the inspections of the NGOs per se, Precious Angels and Anchor House did not have a space or an actual facility then. And then it was decided with myself, with Dr. Manamela, then Dr. Manamela said Precious Angels and Anchor House could utilize because they were looking after children, that they could be placed in those large space capacity.
I quickly just want to refer you back to page number 28343.
Page
28343, my lady. Line 9. This is your statement where you have testified about the procedure that usually that's usually conducted when issuing a license. I don't want to go through the whole procedure. All I want to add is the pre-audit. After the pre-audit, then you testified from line 9 that you go to the supervisor, discuss the matter, and will set up a meeting with the rest of the mental health practitioner team. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then this mental health practitioner team will consist of an occupational therapist, your physio, your environmental officer, an infection control officer. The doctors will be roped in. Do you see that?
Yes.
There will be a psychiatrist, environmental health officer, and a nutritionist.
Yes.
So what I want to put to you, if you read paragraph 6.8 on page 36599, you have decided only based on the large bed capacity that Anchor House and Precious Angels will be allocated that space. That's the only requirement that you took into account, according to this statement.
No, Council.
Okay. Also want to put it to you that you were provided with the opportunity to add and amend your statement. That is why H3 has been compiled. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
So upon reading of this statement, you said a decision was made to give the space to the NGOs to operate from. That is how the space was allocated to Precious Angels and Anchor House.
Yes.
All right, I will take that as an answer.
Are you agreeing to that, Ms. Jacobs?
My lady, the space at Calafong wasn't just to Precious Angels and Anchor House, it was to 4 NGO managers, respective managers.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
I want to take you to that same paragraph. Just if you count from the bottom, it's line 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, line 8 from the bottom.
Let me just go there, Council. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
It starts with she then said. Do you see that?
Yes.
Page now.
It's the same page, my lady. Page 36599, paragraph 6.8.
Yes.
From the bottom, it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 8 lines from the bottom. The sentence starts with she then said.
Yes.
The court with me?
The same paragraph, 6.8
Yeah.
or 6.9?
6.8, my lady.
Okay. Continue.
She then said, but there is nothing to worry about as the NGOs will definitely be allocated the Calafong facilities, and the HOD gave the go-ahead to use the Calafong facilities based on Manamela's confirmation that the GDOH will definitely allocate these facilities to the NGOs. The NGOs started cleaning and see what minor renovations they could do to the allocated wards. This was in December 2015 already.
No, it wasn't in December 2015. I don't want to go back, Council, but the NGOs were only done after mid-January. I started with the inspections of the NGOs. At first, it was only hospital visits.
All right. But do you agree with that these NGOs were allocated the Calafong facilities based on the confirmation of Dr. Manamela?
Yes, Council, because I've discussed it with her.
I would like to take you to page number 28344. That is now H1. And specifically with reference to line 13.
It can be H1, is it not H2?
As court, please, my lady, the court might. It's 283.
Yes, which we're on page 28344.
It's not, it's the arbitration award hearing. I apologize, my lady.
This is the arbitration.
Yeah, that's indeed correct. Thank you, my
Yes.
lady. Line 13.
13, line 13.
Yes.
As court pleases, if the court can just give me 1 second. Ms. Jacobus, I apologize. I want to take you to line 17, 516, sorry. So this...
Line 16.
16, that's correct. On that same page, it says, and still no promises would be made or rectification to the facility, whatever they are. They'll just give a report back. So if I place this in context, that this is the normal procedure that you have explained to the arbitration court after the pre-audit was done. Your testimony here relates to the fact that the NGOs will still make no promises after all these conjunctive people has compiled their reports, the nutritionist and the occupational and the physiotherapist. They were not provided with any promises.
Just correction, Council, it's not the pre-audit, it's the formal audit after the pre-audit.
So after the formal audit, there were still no promises made to the NGOs during normal circumstances. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
But with reference to paragraph 6.8 that I've just referred you to, on the mere say-so, the mere confirmation of Dr. Monamela, these people, these 4 NGOs, were awarded the California facilities.
Yes, Council.
Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please tell the court why was the CCRC patients moved to Badinga? You testified that they did not form part of the Department of Health.
Just ask your question again, Council.
I apologize. I want to know why was the CCRC patients moved to Badinga?
I don't have any knowledge of that, Council.
But who made the decision to move them?
I don't know, Council.
They did not form part of Life Esidimeni. They did not form part of the marathon project. Am I correct?
Yes, Council.
But a decision was taken to remove them and place them into an NGO.
I assume so, Council. I can't give any evidence to that.
The evidence that we have on record was that they had to make space for their Life Esidimeni patients. So you also do not have any knowledge about that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Council.
My question was, the reason provided on the evidence was that they had to make space for the Life Esidimeni patients to be moved. Do you have any knowledge about that?
Council, your statement or your question, I do not really understand, but at that stage, I'm not sure when the patients were placed at the NGO, but according to my knowledge, I have no recollection who has done that, when it happened, and how the patient is being moved.
Yesterday, you testified that when you went for your inspection in December 2015 and January 2015, you've compiled, I call it a budget letter. What would you call that report?
Yes.
Did you write it down?
Yes.
Did you write it down? And then you testified that there were so many problems with the NGOs not being paid that most of the employees resigned.
Yes.
So although there was enough employees with your when you went there for an inspection, on the date when the patients needed to be transferred, there was not enough employees at the different NGOs. Is that correct? That was a problem.
Yes, that was my observations, correct?
So with that full knowledge, and despite that, you still proceeded with the transfer of the medical healthcare users to the NGOs, although you knew that they had insufficient staff. Is that correct?
No, Council.
Please explain.
I have no knowledge of transfer of patients from Life Esidimeni to NGOs, and nor was I involved with transfers from Life Esidimeni to NGOs.
But that's not my question. My question is, when the patients were transferred, you knew at the NGOs there was insufficient staff because the staff has resigned. That was what your testimony was. Am I not correct?
Yes, Council, you're not correct.
Okay, now please explain to me. Did you not know that they resigned?
It was my observation when I was called after transfer of patients to, let's say, particular NGO X, that I observed, especially the first three that has called me out to encounter challenges, to assist, that the amount of staff that was formerly there is no longer there. And I didn't inquire from all, but the first two that I asked, where's the other staff? Then they said, because of non-payment, some of the staff members resigned because the NGO couldn't afford to pay all the people at that stage.
So you had knowledge that some of the NGOs had insufficient staff. Is that correct?
From those two NGOs, yes.
And you still proceeded and did nothing to prevent the transfer of patients, medical healthcare users, to those NGOs?
No, Council.
Just before the witness response, I understand your evidence to be saying that you only got that information when you went to them after the transfers.
Yes, my lady.
As it is in that context,
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
So when you became aware of it, what did you do about it? After the transfers, when you became aware of it, have you done anything?
Have I done anything after the transfers of those two NGOs?
Yes.
No, Council, because remember when I went there not to inspect or to monitor the NGO, I went there for a specific call out to assist with challenges, with patient care. That was patients that the NGO didn't know how to handle and the patients didn't appear okay to them. So I went to assist with that, but I didn't go for a monitoring visit or for inspection to those NGOs that I was called out.
Ms. Foster?
Right. Ms. Jacobus, just yes or no, did you leave the patients there, you did nothing about it? Is that a yes or no?
No, Council.
Ms. Jacobus, I would like to refer you to page number 28356, and I'm going to move to the topic of licenses.
Right.
28356.
That's correct, my lady. Specific to line 12. This is again your testimony during the arbitration award. You answered in line 12, Ms. Hannah Jacobus. Okay, Council, what was said is I was instructed to use the budget letter to make up the licenses. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
The licenses that you referred to during, specifically in your testimony in the arbitration award, is that the licenses that you were referred to by Ms. Hassim yesterday?
I assume so, Council. I'm not sure.
You saw the licenses. Is that the licenses which you were talking about?
Yes, Council.
Just for record purposes, my lady, these licenses, I'm not going to refer to a specific one, can be found at page number 20299 to 20345. Do I understand your testimony correctly that you were the only person who drafted or who compiled the licenses during this marathon project for the different NGOs?
Yes, Council.
So I put it to you then that in this record, there is then 46 licenses issued by you that you were referred to by Ms. Hassim.
I cannot recall the number, but yes, I've compiled the licenses.
If I understand your testimony correctly, further is you went for the inspection, you drafted a budget letter, and you used that budget letter information to compile a license. Is that correct?
Council. Yes.
You also testified yesterday that you were instructed by Dr. Manamela on 3 different occasions to change the content of those licenses. Is that correct?
Yes. The number content of the licenses. Number of bed spaces on the licenses.
So would you agree with me by the 3rd time it did not correspond at all with your budget letter?
No, Council, I disagree what you are saying now.
Why do you disagree?
Because by the 3rd time when Dr. Namela asked me to, licenses needed to be re-looked at, and I said to her that I've done it twice, and what I'm observing, there's still a lot of changes, and you've said to me, ma'am, that the placements is temporary. We will sort out all the NGOs afterwards, and I said when all that is done, then only I'll redo the licenses.
Ms. Hamkobus, you agree with me, your testimony was that you went with an inspector and you measured the facility on your inspection visit.
Yes, Council.
And based on your measurements, you determined how many beds can be allocated to that specific NGO. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Council.
And that is the amount that you've inserted on your budget letter. Is that correct?
Yes, Council. Yes, that's correct.
So now you issue a license with the correct information according to your inspection visit on the 1st occasion.
Yes, Council. Yes.
On the 2nd occasion, you receive an instruction from Dr. Manamela to change that amount.
Yes, Council, because of the amount that was placed at the NGO.
But your inspection visit, the facility,
Yes, just there's a hand here. I'm sorry to interrupt, Miss Marriott.
I apologize, my lady. Our office was informed that Harry van Bergen's office is without electricity. They can not follow the proceedings further for today.
Is there no one who was standing with him?
The information that I received that their whole office electricity is off, so that they cannot follow at this point in time, my lady. That's the information I received.
Okay. He has finished. Has he already cross-examined the witness? Yes. So he will get the record of the proceedings. Maybe on that note, we will then proceed. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Continue, Ms. Costa.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, I just want to go back. I'll restart my question before the interruption. I put it to you that, my question was that the information, the facility, the structure, that did not change. So your measurements did not change. The capacity could not have changed after your inspection. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the 2nd time, when you changed the amount, it's untrue reflection of the capacity that the NGO facility can handle. Is that correct?
I assume that's correct. It's a long time ago. I cannot recall specifically, but it's according to that line, Council.
Ms. Govender?
Yes, thank you, my lady. My lady, I've just also received a call from Mr. van Bergen.
Yes.
As Marriott is placed on record, both him and his attorney have unfortunately been affected by load shedding. They are unable to follow the proceedings. My lady might ask in fairness, because there is no one else from their team watching the proceedings, In fairness, could we please stand the proceedings down to enable Mr. van Bergen to make alternative arrangements? He will contact your registrar and he will communicate with me as soon as he is in a position to follow the proceedings.
Okay. Is that the feeling of everyone?
My lady, can I just interject at this stage? I just want to place on record that I'm not available from tomorrow for the whole of next week. That has been communicated from the first doodle poll.
Next week we are not sitting, remember?
Okay. So if we adjourn now and I do not finish, can we do
tomorrow? It's Friday. Okay. Yes.
I only have today to finish my cross-examination, and I will finish today with my cross-examination.
Can we just maybe, okay, let me hear first Mr. Sibara and Mr. Late. Mr. Late first, and
I just had communication from Mr. van Bergen. He's satisfied that they can proceed and that he will later follow the proceedings on the record. Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pina?
Sorry, my lady, I just wanted to say I have no objection should the court deem it expedient or meet that we stand down, but I would suggest not later than, say, 1 o'clock, my lady, or that we can commence at 2 o'clock again. But if Mr. van Bergen is able to meet the challenge he's faced with, then I'll leave it at that, my lady.
Okay. Before I go to Mr. Sibara, Mr. Late.
Because I note it's 12 o'clock now.
Yes, just check with him if he can make alternative arrangements for today before 12 o'clock, failing which we will then proceed at 2 and then he will get the record.
Okay, as a court. But he indicated that we can proceed now.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, let me hear Mr. Sibara.
Madam, let's take Ms. Foster's evidence. I think it's fair. Then we can see thereafter.
I had already ruled on this matter, but it's just that I can hear you. And apparently, according to Mr. Late, he says we can proceed because I can understand the frustration of being interrupted when you are busy with your cross-examination.
My lady, let me just interpose you a bit. I was kicked out of the system. When you ruled, I was out of the system. I didn't even know what was the ruling.
Okay, no, in any event, I had to listen to whoever says he or she has spoken to Mr. van Bergen. Ms. Governor?
My lady, I've again just gotten off the phone with Mr. van Bergen. There seems to be a misunderstanding between him and Mr. Layton and what they understood each other to be saying. Before I addressed the court, I wasn't addressing the court of my own volition. I had spoken.
We understand that, yes. Okay. Thank you. But now, can you confirm whether he wants us to proceed or not?
My understanding is that he wanted the court to grant him a brief indulgence
so that he can try and arrange something.
Yes, because what would happen is long term, it may very well, according to him, affect the proceedings because he would want to cross-examine it, have to catch up, and that may create an...
But that is why I said, even if that is the case, he will get the proceedings. Remember, we get the proceedings of each week, a week thereafter. But then if he wants, if what you understood from him was for him to ask us to request an adjournment, just a short adjournment for him to make arrangements, then we would do that. That is why I was of the view that if we can stand down until 2 o'clock, in case he wants to make the necessary arrangement. If not, then we can proceed. You understand?
Yes, my lady. I understood it to be the letter proposition that her ladyship has just placed on record.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I hear what Mr. Late wants to say? Mr. Late?
Yes, I was just on the phone, just now on the phone with Mr. van Bergen. He's satisfied that the court can proceed. He can't make other arrangements in a short time because they don't know what's going on.
Okay.
It seems it's a whole facility where you see that has problems. But I assured him that we will also attend to his client's position as far
In
as
any event, these proceedings are also on YouTube, isn't it? That
That's
part
correct.
of the record can be, he will always get that. Can
That's
we
correct.
continue and finish with the evidence of the cross-examination of Mrs. Foster, please?
I would dearly like that, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. I'll try to pick up it again where I've left off. If Mr. Light can just put his hand down, I think he's finished.
I think he has done so. Continue.
Thank you.
It's still up. Mr. Lee, thank you. Continue.
Ms. Jacobus, I really want to make sure that you understand where I'm going with this. So you have it that you measured with your inspector, the facility.
Yes.
According to the measurement, you've determined how many patients can be allocated in that facility. Is that correct? That is the amount that you've completed on your budget letter. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That is the budget letter that you've used to compile your license. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So now Dr. Manamela tells you to change that amount.
Yes, that's correct.
But that's reckless because the facility does not change. The amount of people cannot change because the facility remains the same. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So now you changed it for the second time. Dr. Manamela asked you to change it for the third time.
Yes, that's correct.
So you were reckless the second time and even more reckless the third time. Am I correct?
You're incorrect, Council.
Why do you say that?
The third time, when I was contacted to come and redo some licenses, I've asked Dr. Manamela, I've already done it twice, and now the third time, and with my knowledge about the first NGO I visited that had more mental health care users that was supposed to be placed at that time. She says it's a temporary measure and corrections will be done. So then I suggested, seeing that she says it's a temporary measure, I will only redo the licenses when everything is ready and in place, and then I'll sit with the licenses again.
Ms. Jacobus, it was reckless to change it the second time because the facility did not change. You cannot change the number of the facility because that is what the capacity of the facility was.
Yes.
So it's reckless to change it the second time and even more reckless to change it the third time because the budget letter, according to your inspection, is the amount of patients that facility can have. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
This refers to the number of users who were going to be accommodated at that facility.
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you.
I would like to take it
before you proceed, you said you compiled these licenses and the ultimate decision maker in respect to the final issuing of the licenses was Dr. Manamela. Did I understand you to mean that?
Yes, yes.
So you prepared everything, you submitted it to her?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. So this means you are not the ultimate or the person who the final decision maker in the issuing of those licenses?
Yes,
you were
my
not.
lady.
Okay, thank you.
No,
continue.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobus. Just to carry on with what the court is saying, you might not have been the final decision maker, but you were the person who completed the license. So the information in that license is your responsibility.
Yes.
You agree with me?
I agree, Council.
So whatever will happen at the end of the day will happen regarding the information of the amount that you have placed on that license.
Yes, Council.
Thank you. I'd like to take you to page number 28357, please.
Come again?
Page number 28357, my lady.
28357.
That's correct, my lady. I would like to refer you to line number 4. Advocate Patrick Ngutsrana said yes. And when these licenses were issued, were you satisfied that they complied with the requirements? In Ms. Hannah Jacobus, no, counsel, I wasn't satisfied. It wasn't even clear what was going on because it was quite chaotic. Then he says, no, according to you, they did not comply with the requirements, and your answer was no, counsel. It is fictional. Do you agree with me that that was your evidence? Do you still stand with your evidence during the arbitration regarding
Yes,
the? Then I would like to take you to page number 28371, please.
Page 2.
28371, my lady. Maybe we must start at a bit on top of line 14, 13, 12. 11. There the arbitrator, Justice Moseneke, asked you, what did you think would happen if the NGOs did not satisfy the requirements of law? What will happen to the patient? And then your answer was that I cannot emanate justice. Then Justice Moseneke said to you, no, but when you said you're unhappy, you don't want this to happen, why didn't you want it to happen? And your answer was, oh, Justice, if you don't follow the proper procedure, it also influences financial issues. So these NGOs may or may not have or may not receive support for the department without documentation. And then lastly, if they don't receive the report, what will be the impact? And your answer was a lot of impact, the services caring for them in terms of food, etc. There's a lot of things. Do you see that?
Yes, counsel.
So a concern was raised and you agreed with that concern that if the information, if the law was not followed, if the correct procedures were not followed, it had vast financial implications for the NGOs. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, counsel.
On that same page 28372, if you just move a bit down to line number 13.
1313. In 13.
Judge Moseneke there said licenses or asked you licenses which unlawful, who should create obvious risk to patients, never thought they might die. And then your answer was, Justice, if one thinks back in terms of support you would render to these NGOs, no extreme incidences like this has happened in the past. So you did not anticipate that it would happen. My question to you is, why did something like this not happen in the past?
Because the correct procedures were followed, counsel. According to legislation.
I want to refer you now to page number 28457. Document raised. My lady, if the court can just copy the opportunity, I just want to get the correct line. Concern document raised, concerns cannot show. Well, on this, on this specific page, you were asked by Justice Moseneke if you have raised your concerns in a document. Just go up a bit. I apologize, my lady. 28457, just the middle of the page. My computer's just frozen for a bit. The arbitrator Moseneke asked you on line number 13. Can you show us one document where you wrote out your concerns? Do you see that?
Yes.
You did not really answer him, but the answer that you provided during the arbitration award was it was during our meeting procedures, and at that stage it was done immediately with that discussion. So what I can infer from your answer is that you have never put any concerns down in writing. You only raised it during your meetings. Is that correct?
That's correct, Council.
I would like to now specifically go to the deceased of the families that we are representing. And I would like to take you to page number 22305.
Page?
22305, my lady. Are you there? When I mentioned the names at the start, when I started my cross-examination, could you recall the names of the patients or the deceased persons that I've mentioned?
No, Council, I can't recall because I didn't know the patients nor their names.
Now, Justice Moseneke, in his judgment, or in his finding, started on page 22305, paragraph 70. In summary, he said that the testimony before the arbitration award was that Mr. Yakustos had been a patient. Paragraph 70 on page number 22305.
Paragraph 70, okay.
That's correct.
Yes.
Mr. Yakustos had been a patient at Cullinan Centre for 18 years prior to being transferred to Badinga, a new non-governmental organisation within the premises of Cullinan Centre. His sister, Mr. Villiers, narrated the circumstances at Badinga. They included the lack of food, medicine, proper care, and the failure of the department to inform and consult her on the decisions to close Badinga and to transfer Mr. Sauce back to Cullinan Centre. Do you have any recollection? Can you provide the court with any, shed any light on this testimony? Were you aware of these issues?
No, I had no knowledge about it, Council.
Further in paragraph 71 says that his physical condition deteriorated to such an extent that they had to take him to a private doctor who instructed the nurses of Cullinan Centre that he needed to be admitted to hospital if his condition did not improve. Medical records show that he was vomiting a brownish colour substance for 4 weeks and had lost 14 kilograms in just 2 weeks. Do you have any knowledge of this?
No, Council.
During cross-examination, Ms. Manako, a nurse at Cullinan Centre, confirmed that Mr. De Stolz displayed symptoms of internal bleeding and the urgent need for such a patient to be admitted to hospital immediately. Do you know of this evidence? That
no, Council, I have no knowledge. I have no knowledge about it.
Have you ever visited the patients at Badinga during that time?
My lady, I only visit Badinga when I was instructed by Dr. Manamela for the deaths of the 7 patients that we've been informed of.
But my
That was the
question
first
is,
time of my knowledge.
just listen to the question. I don't want the details. I just want to know if ever you had visited Badinga during that period.
No, my lady.
My lady, based on the court's question, I just want to refer the witness to page number 36615. It starts on the first line. Are you there, Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, Council.
It says the MEC and the DDG visited Cullinan after I had said that we needed help. Most of the very sick patients were placed there. I was permanently posted at Cullinan and just left to go and assist other NGOs in the area, after which I returned to Cullinan.
Yes, that's correct, Council.
So according to your statement, you were permanently placed in Cullinan.
No, I wasn't permanently placed there. It was after the visit of the deaths that I became aware of Badinga. So I went there back on a daily basis to observe. I've tried to interject and meet and speak to the personnel at Badinga, but with no success. I was permanently placed after the visit of the MEC and Dr. Manamela's visits.
So do you agree with me that this answer now differs from the answer that you provided to the court when the court asked you? Did you ever...
Maybe if I can just go back and see, because let me just go back, because the time when Mrs. Malaza was placed there, that was after the incident, and I was then permanently placed there.
That was after?
So, during the placement of Mrs. Malaza, that was after the visit. After the MEC visit, I was permanently placed. So the statement is correct. There it says the MEC and the DDG visit Cullinan after I had said we needed help. Most of the very sick patients were placed there. I was permanently placed, and after that, the DDG instructed me to remain and to be at Cullinan on a daily basis in between my other work. So I was permanently at Cullinan on a daily basis there, then thereafter.
Which period was this? When was this?
It was the period after the Dr. Manamela brought the MEC, the DDG, and some chief directors to visit the NGO.
Okay, but when was that?
Yes, I'm saying, Council, I had some scripts and my dates and stuff in the previous. I brought my own notes. And with the NGO questioning, when I was counting and referring to my notes, I can't remember, the council was unhappy about it, so I didn't bring anything along after that. Yesterday I came with
the court never said you shouldn't use that document. You were using it, and even after that council said something, you were just asked where were you referring, and there was no problem. The other council didn't have any problem with it. But who ordered you to leave those?
My lady, maybe I was misunderstood. I thought I didn't want to cause my.
But remember, the problem that we have with your evidence, I think is the same thing that Mr. Counsel Advocate Van Berg said to you, that the problem with your evidence is that we don't have dates. Because my question was just in relation to whether you ever visited Badinga during that period. Bearing in mind that it was a period where there were problems with regard to particular patient user, Mr. Jacob Scholes. But
no, I didn't.
We don't know which one came first, what is what. We just don't understand your evidence because you are telling us about something else.
My lady, according to what I understand, what council read now about Mr. Scholes,
yes.
I did not visit Badinga then. I wasn't aware of Badinga. I only became aware of Badinga after the deaths was reported
Okay.
to the office, to head office.
Miss Foster.
As good as my lady. Ms. Jacobus, would that have been after the finalization of the marathon project, after June 2016?
No, it was before, I think it was before just, yeah. It wasn't out before, during, it was during that time, before the marathon project.
Sorry, I don't understand.
It's more confusing.
I can't recall the exact date. I think it was during the marathon project, yes. Because I know there was an incident between Badinga and Ngos. It was during the marathon project.
Continue, Mrs.
Okay, that's good, please. And for how long were you based at Badinga then? How long were you permanently based there then?
After that,
you were based in Kalinin, not in Badinga.
Yes, not Badinga per se. I was based on the premises to observe and to support the NGO. As I've said, I couldn't. And that is why I've asked Mrs. Moore, one of the chief directors, can't she send us some professional nurses to assist? And
it's
the following
we don't want those details. The question is, for how long have you been placed there?
Until the closure of Badinga.
Okay.
Okay. Badinga is on the same premises of Cullinan Care Centre, is that correct? CCRC.
It's yes, at the back entrance of Cullinan Care Training Centre. There's an entrance at the back, okay, but on the same premises.
All right, so you would also agree with me that in this testimony, that I've just read out to you, it was prior to the closure because Mr. Villiers testified, or Mr. Moseneke, Justice Moseneke gave in his finding that she was not told about why Badinga was closed. So during this period, this happened to her brother. But you don't have I'll accept if you don't have knowledge. I'm just putting it in context.
Yes, okay, please.
Okay. All right. Then Mr. Tabo Muyani, paragraph 72 on page 22305. Mr. Tabo Muyani had been a patient at Cullinan Centre since 2005. His mother testified how his condition deteriorated since his transfer to Badinga. She testified how she was telephonically informed that he was not well, but that the nurse could not tell her since when he fell ill. When she went to fetch him from the hospital on the same day, he was unable to speak and could not walk. And when she took him to the hospital the following day, they informed her that he would not make it. No one informed her that the son was transferred back to Cullinan Centre after Badinga was closed, nor did one inform her of the fact that her son became ill. Her son died within 2 days after being admitted to hospital. So according to your evidence, this must have been during the period that you were permanently posted at Cullinan.
No, Council. Remember, yes, I was permanently posted there, but I wasn't involved in any activities, nor any knowledge of the patients that was admitted there or their conditions.
I want to proceed then with paragraph 73. Mr. David Mpofu was admitted at Cullinan Centre on 9 May 2011. His grandmother testified that she was never informed of the fact that he was to be transferred to Badinga, nor his transfer back to Cullinan Centre. She observed marks on his body and later found out that he fell and was hospitalized. She was, however, never informed about the fall. She only learned of his passing when Mr. Mpofu's uncle phoned her. She testified that the staff at Cullinan Centre had her details and that she did not know why they could not have phoned her. She further related that she was never informed that he was hospitalized and received no reason for the cause of death, as they only learned from the medical records that he was vomiting a brownish substance. According to Ms. Mpofu, her grandson did not receive his medication for epilepsy. Do you have any knowledge about this?
Counsel.
Then lastly, paragraph 74.
What is the response? I didn't hear her. I just heard counsel.
No, my lady.
Okay. Continue.
Paragraph 74, Mr. Jabulani Mshlongo was admitted at Cullinan Centre in January 2008 and transferred to Badinga on the 19th of May 2016. His mother told the hearing that the affairs of Badinga were disorganized and they had a shortage of food and medication. His son was taken to hospital and shortly thereafter she was informed that his son has passed away. She testified that after they had inquired about the cause of her son's death, she was only provided with a report that simply stated that on 26 June 2016 at 12:45, his son had an epileptic seizure and that he was taken to Mamelodi Hospital, was only admitted at 2100 hours that evening. She testified that they pleaded with the staff of Cullinan Centre that his son not to be moved to Badinga, but were informed the decision was final. Do you have any knowledge of Mr. Mshlongo?
No, counsel.
So once again, all these patients, one were at Cullinan Care Centre for a number of years. Mr. Stolz for 18 years, Mr. Mpofu for 6 years, and Mr. Mshlongo for 8 years. They were moved without any reason. You as their head can not tell this court why, and all of them passed away in horrific circumstances.
Is that a statement or a question, counsel?
You can answer if you would like to. I'm putting it to you. You were based there. You were permanently posted during that period.
Counsel, I will iterate again. I only became aware of Badinga's existence when the Department of Health was informed about 7 deaths that occurred. And when I received the instruction, it wasn't said Badinga. Doctor said we should go to Cullinan. There were 7 deaths, and we must go and find out and get all the information.
These patients, if I may, were they ever at Life Esidimeni?
I have no knowledge, my lady.
But it appears from what was the record, whatever we're seeing here, these documents, that they were based in Cullinan before they were moved to Badinga. Am I correct, Ms. Foster?
Yes, my lady. Cullinan is the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre, and they were operational for years.
Yes, that's what I picked from this. Okay, continue, Ms. Foster.
Just to latch on with what the court's question was, or what the court put to you now. So they were innocent bystanders. They were not even supposed to be dragged into this marathon project. They did not even belong at Life Esidimeni. But all 4 of them lost their lives. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct, counsel.
Please explain to me.
Badinga, with me becoming knowledge about them when I went to investigate and visit them to find out about the 7 deaths. They were an NGO placed at Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre and already had mental health care users.
Cullinan,
Did you understand this? What council is saying? I'm not sure if I understand your response. What council is saying?
My lady, council asked whether the patients during the project that we had knowledge about it during the project, and now I answer and says the Badinga. I became known of Badinga only when we were informed about the deaths that occurred there.
It's fine, we have got that on record. If you listen to me, what council wants to know from you is that from the question that I've asked, whether these users had to do with life Esidimeni, right?
Yes, council.
Yes, the last response was that these were the users who were stationed at the Cullinan Healthcare Center, isn't it? And they've been there for some years. Then what she said to you was that this means that they were just bystanders. They had nothing to do with the movement of the users from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs. But ultimately, this movement resulted in their death.
If I understand correctly, these users were moved, and that is my assumption, from Cullinan to Badinga, and not from Life Esidimeni to Badinga.
Now, that is what council is saying to you, to say, but why were they affected? Because they were not even part of the patients who were moved from Life Esidimeni. And now this resulted in their death.
My lady, that I cannot answer. I wasn't aware of the existence or the patients, so I cannot answer that.
thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, I want to take you to page number 28555, line 1.
28555,
Near line 1, my lady, sorry,
28555, line 1.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes.
This is again the arbitration hearing. Ms. Hassan asked you, but you were aware that the NGOs would not provide the care. The reason you were aware is because you were aware that there had not been compliance with the legal prescripts. Is that not so? Then your answer, Ms. Hannah Jacob, is yes, counsel. Ms. Advocate Adila Hassan, you knew that already. Ms. Hannah Jacob is yes. Advocate Adila Hassan, so you did not need to be part of a bigger team or anything. You knew that. You had raised the concerns, yet you continued to participate. Isn't that so? Ms. Hannah Jacob is yes. I regret. It was an omission from my side. You see that?
Yes, counsel.
Ms. Jacobus, what do you understand regarding the term of omission? Why did you use the word omission?
Like counsel, if I can remember back on the statement, was the legal procedure to license an NGO.
My question is, why did you use the word omission?
I cannot recall why I used omission years ago. So I have to recall and think back.
All right, can we move, counsel?
Would you agree with me that you deliberately acted? It's not an omission. You deliberately acted unlawfully by not following the procedures.
No, counsel.
Why not? Was it not your choice?
Yes, I didn't act deliberately.
Please, I don't understand. Please tell me, did somebody force you, or did somebody have a gun against your head? Did you not choose to fiction?
Miss Marriott?
My lady, this witness can be reminded that she has a right to remain silent for self-incriminating evidence at this point in time.
Yes. Mrs. Jacobus?
Yes, my lady.
There are questions that you will be asked, which questions you might find them to be incriminating to yourself. So such questions, you are not compelled to answer those questions. You have got the right to say you cannot answer them for fear of self-incrimination. Is that clear to you?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue, Ms. Foster. Ms. Pinar, you wanted to say something?
Yes, please, my lady. I'd like to object to this line of questioning. It's once again venturing on the path of collateral issues. My learned friend, with all due respect, is bound to the answer she receives because she wants to attack the credibility of this witness. She can do that in argument, yes, later, but not by doubting the answer received. The answer is conclusive, my lady, with all due respect. And I don't want to I've already referred to the court, to the law on this, in this respect, my lady. And if necessary, I'll repeat the authorities, but I do not doubt it's necessary. Thank you, my lady. Therefore, my submission is relevancy must be tested with all due respect, my lady.
Thank you very much.
To the terms of provisions of Section 16 of the Inquest Act, which these questions that are this manner of cross-examination will not assist this court in arriving and adjudicating, making an adjudication in that regard, my lady. So relevancy must at all times be measured against the content of the provisions of Section 16 of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959 and what is required, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Foster.
May it please the court, my lady.
My lady, it seems that Mr. Pinar is now objecting on 3 different subjects. On the subject of collateral issue, I disagree with his interpretation of the case law that was presented yesterday. This is not a collateral issue. I'm not testing the credibility of the witness. I'm asking a reason for her answer. So that's the first point. Secondly, she's got a right to say, I do not want to answer, and then I'll deal with that. And regarding the Inquest Act, I don't know why we are here otherwise than to say that this whole process started due to the fact that unlawful licenses were issued. And I will get to that and I will use it in argument, but I've got a right to elicit a reason for the answer from the witness.
Okay, thank you very much. In any event, the question has been answered, and in my view, it has been answered sufficiently. There's no need for to revisit that.
I will proceed, my lady. Thank you.
Thank
May
you.
it please the court, my lady.
Proceed.
Now I have to get my space again. Sorry, I apologize. 8555. All right. Okay, but the fact of the matter remain that during the arbitration award, you confirmed that the NGOs were not in a position to provide the necessary care. Do you agree? That was my last question. That is what your answer was in the arbitration.
Yes, according to my answer, it was yes.
The audit reports, Ms. Hassan took you through a lot of audit reports of the different NGOs yesterday. Am I correct to say that those audit reports was compiled after the placement of the medical healthcare users? Is that correct?
It was my observation, yes, Council.
Now, my question to you is she went through point to point all the concerns that was raised in those audit reports. So in general, I just want to ask you, when you realized those concerns that was raised in the audit reports, what did you do to rectify the inadequacies?
The reports were never presented to me, Council. I only saw the reports now during this proceedings.
So who requested the audit reports to be done? Who gave the instruction to compile them?
I think it was Dr. Manamela, and that report it's a sort of brief summary of the general audit report that was comprised, and that was then used to audit. But who did that audits that Council mentioned yesterday, I don't know that person. I couldn't make out that name. Because what I was aware of, it was only us in the Mental Health Directorate that went to monitor these NGOs and support them.
Ms. Jacobus, I would like to refer you to page number 28580. Again, line 2. Are you there?
Almost, Council.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Advocate Adela Hassan says, and you conducted the audits. Your answer, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, yes, ma'am. Advocate Adela Hassan, and you have these findings and you licensed the NGOs anyway. Is that not so? Then your answer, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, Council, the NGO was licensed before the audit, during the license procedure. Advocate Adela Hassan, so after the audit, did you say that we should withdraw the license for this NGO because they're not compliant? Then your answer, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, Council, we have discussed it, but there were no other places or hospitals to place these patients. So, according to your testimony, you were the one who requested these audit reports.
I'm not aware. I'm not sure what this during the arbitration what this refers to, but I assume this is prior the placements that the hospitals were visited. I mean the NGOs. It wasn't after that.
You're still not answering my question. My question.
I can't, Council. I said I'm not sure what this refers to, according to the arbitration report that you've read now. But my assumption is it's before the placement, which was when I did the NGO checkings, inspections to finalize the licenses.
Ms. Jacobus, you can disagree with me, but I put it to you that's not correct because you testified that you only compiled an inspection report, what you call a budget letter. This is an audit report and you were taken through this audit report by Advocate Hassan yesterday, line by line.
Council, I will say again, I'm not sure what this section refers to, but my recollection was, I think this was based on the pre-placements when the before the patients were placed, when those inspections were done.
Ms. Jacobus, I'm going to put one more statement and then during the lunch adjournment, I will just look for the relevant pages, but I put it to you that this is the audit report that was handed in as exhibits in the arbitration award, the same audit reports that Ms. Hassan referred to yesterday.
Can I answer, Council?
Yes.
More than welcome.
Those reports, and it's not audit reports, those are brief reports. Those were done after placement of the mental health care users. Not
I agree
before.
with you. I agree with you.
Yes.
And that is why your answer is when she asked you, did you do something about it? Did you continue with the licensing? You told her there was no other place to take these patients. You had no other choice because you could not place them anywhere else.
Council, if what you've asked now and go back again, but you continue with the licenses, that is why I said my understanding of this portion is this was done before the placement of the mental health care users. And that was the initial inspections that was done.
But why, please explain then your answer on line 11. Council, we have discussed it, but there was no other place or hospital to place these patients.
Council, I cannot explain that. This was a long time ago and I cannot recall all was asked and said during the arbitration award.
But you can tell us what you know happened so that we can understand what actually transpired then.
My lady, if you can just ask
can clarify if this is this is what you testified at the arbitration. Yes, we understand that, but we need to know what actually happened.
My lady, that is what I'm saying. According to my observation with this statement, it was during the inspection reports and when licenses were done, and it was not, and that was before the placement.
Okay,
those
let's leave
reports
that.
that Council mentioned yesterday was visits that was done after the placements.
Okay, can we leave that? Continue, Ms. Foster.
That's good, please. Page number 28580.
We were there.
Okay, that's correct. Thank you, my lady. 28586. Line 16, my lady.
Yes.
My lady, I just want to make sure, just go up a bit. Let me just oh, my lady, just 1 second. I just want to make sure that I've got the correct line. My lady, I apologize. Can we please move to the next page, page number 28587? Judge Mutseneke, line 13.
Line?
13, my lady.
Yes.
Ms. Kobus, you provided an answer there. This is in if I can just put you in the picture, Mr. Mutseneke, Justice Mutseneke was asking you regarding the deaths in general, and then you answer there on line 13.
Can you just take, I don't want to interrupt you. I've already read this page. If you take it from where you had just referred us, because I started there, so that she can get the context from 2856.
As a good, please. Line 6.
Yes.
As a good, please. Ms. Jacobs, I'll give you an opportunity. That's maybe if you just can put yourself in context of this line of questioning. Start at 28586, line 16.
Yes.
Okay, then continue to the next page, up until line 13.
Yes.
Your answer there was because of the amount of NGOs and the work it incurred. Remember, these NGOs were there was a lot of challenging, and patients were, at some of these NGOs, the patients were very ill. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you refer to there?
I think if I read, as I was reading from the top, Justice was talking about the deaths. Then
Yes.
I answered, it was after all the, from my point of view, I became known after all from the last day of June, when we went back to the office. Then I became known of all the amount of deaths that occurred at these NGOs, but I wasn't aware before then.
Even then, but Judge Moseneke was asking you about these days as to whether, why didn't any one of you or yourself go out to those NGOs and check how these users or patients were faring?
My lady,
your response here is that
was done. As you've seen that report that Council Hassam has read out. So Dr. Manamela has instructed us, not a person at all the NGOs, but we were divided into certain NGOs to visit these NGOs. So there were specific people at specific NGOs.
Ms. Foster, proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, again, you're not answering the question. I want to know, why do you say patients were very ill? And I will continue with the next question that might shed some more light. Even on the next page, line 13, you testified that they were transferred to hospitals. Page 28588, line 13. Look at your answer there.
Page 285?
88, my lady, line 13. There you testified that each one, because of the challenges just on the eastern side alone, the patients we had to transfer on a daily basis to hospitals.
Yes, that was the areas that I was visited, the NGOs.
So the patients were very ill and they had to be transferred to hospitals on a daily basis, according to your own evidence.
Yes, Council.
Now I want to know what was wrong. Why did you have to transfer patients on a daily basis to hospitals?
NGOs would call us and says that they're having challenges with the patients, so we will go and see if we didn't visit that place at that stage as yet, and then we will observe that the patient is ill and take the patient then immediately to hospital to be admitted.
So you did have knowledge of patients that was ill at NGOs. You were physically involved in arranging for them to go to hospital on a daily basis.
Yes.
So what was wrong with them? What kind of illnesses did you experience?
The three that I can recall that I've went back to find out, the one had HIV, the other one had a congested heart failure. I can't remember now the other one that I've seen yesterday, but those were the answers that the doctors gave at the hospital, that they couldn't be discharged and some have been sent to medical wards for further observation, etc.
Okay, so now you gave an explanation of three patients.
Yes.
Do you think that's comprehensive enough in explaining why you testified that you had to take patients on a daily basis to hospitals?
According to my knowledge, it's comprehensive enough, Council, because I didn't do assessments. I didn't look after these patients. We were supporting, and when I observe that the patient is not well, I will do that immediately, or when I was called out to come and assist and observe, I will do that immediately.
My lady, I want to move to another topic. Does the court think it's an opportune time now to take the lunch break until 5 to 2? Would that be in order?
Yes, that is fine. The witness is warned. Are you back, Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, yes, I just want to apologize for the disruption caused in absentia earlier. We've moved to my instructing attorney's offices and I'm back online. I just wanted to place that on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is time for us to take the lunch adjournment. The witness is warned. We will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
As it pleases your ladyship.
As a court pleases, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.
As court pleases, my lady.
I think we can continue. Miss Foster, are you there? Miss Foster?
As the court pleases, my lady, I'm present.
Yes, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobus, I would like to take you to page 28625.
28625.
20625.
28625, my lady. This is again the arbitration you
Where's your lawyer? He's very slow. I don't know who that is. I already have the page. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. I'm looking at
what's happening. He takes long, huh? I don't know. All right, continue.
Line 7, my lady.
10.
7.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Jacobus, this relates to the question of the auditing done at Badinga. And I would like to refer you to line 7, where Ms. Hassim asked you during the arbitration hearing, and it is correct that there was no audit of Badinga before patients were moved there. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
And your answer, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, is yes.
Yes, Counsel.
Advocate Adila Hassim, is that so? Then your answer, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, yes, counsel. Then Advocate Adila Hassim, and there were no doctors or professional nurses at Badinga. Is that not so? And your answer, yes, counsel. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
So there was no audit done at Badinga before the patients were moved there.
No, Counsel.
And there were no doctors or professional nurses.
That was my assumption when I went there.
So you didn't know what was going on at Badinga?
No, Counsel.
It goes further than that, Ms. Jacobus. Line 15, Advocate Adila Hassim asked you, in fact, there was not a single staff member at Badinga qualified to care for mental health users. Is that not so? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, yes, counsel.
Yes, that was my observation speaking, Counsel, to them.
You go to the next page, line 1. Advocate Adila Hassim, is it also correct that medicine was being dispensed by auxiliary nurses who were not permitted to dispense? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, yes, that was my observation, yes.
Yes, Counsel.
Then Advocate Adila Hassim asked you, and while you knew all of this, you still transferred further patients from Esidimeni to Badinga. And then you provide an answer stating that I'm not aware of patients being transferred to Badinga. I'm not aware of that.
From Esidimeni, I think this is what she explained. It tallies with what she testified about earlier on, that there were no patients which were from the patients that were at Badinga were from the Kalinen Care Center. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady.
But the fact remained that you knew that there was no doctors or nurses. You knew that medicine was dispensed by auxiliary nurses that was not qualified to do that. You knew that there was no staff that was qualified to look after medical healthcare users. Is that not correct?
That was my observation, Counsel.
Did you act on your observation? Did you do anything to rectify this situation?
Yes,
what
Counsel.
Did you do?
I've contacted Dr. Manamela, and Dr. Manamela was aware of all these things that we've discussed, and then Dr. Manamela arranged the visit to come through to Badinga.
And then?
And then after the visit, I was then placed to support and assist Badinga, and 17 registered nurses were made available by Mrs. More to support the NGO, which will start the following morning at 6 o'clock.
Okay, and why was Badinga then closed?
I don't know why they were closed. Maybe Dr. Manamela can ask for the closure, but because when Mrs. Malaza informed me that Dr. Manamela and Mr. Franz Tubane will be coming to Badinga and there will be a meeting, when I asked the reason thereof, she says that I will hear later when Dr. Manamela comes.
Okay. And you confirmed that the evidence that I've read to you during the arbitration hearing of the position, the circumstances in which the patients found and that eventually died at Badinga.
No, I cannot confirm that, Council, because I don't know the reasons why patients died at Badinga.
You can confirm that I showed you, I presented you with the evidence during the arbitration hearing. That's what my question is. I've read to you what happened to them.
Yes, I've heard you, but I cannot confirm that was the reason why patients died.
That was not my question, Ms. Jacobus.
What was the question?
Council.
Can you please just a second, Mrs. Jacobus?
My question was, you were placed at Badinga and I presented you with the evidence during the arbitration hearing of the circumstances in which these medical healthcare users died. You can confirm what I've read to you, what was found in the arbitration hearing.
Council, what you've read from the arbitration hearing, and that information I didn't get from Mrs. Nahul per se, because there wasn't really much communication between us. It was my observation and communication with staff that told me that. So it was yes. And then the other hand, I don't know of what the patients died, what was the cause of death at Badinga. I have no knowledge of that.
Once again, you were the deputy director in charge of all the NGOs and all the hospitals.
Yes, Council.
I want to take you to page.
Yes, the paragraph, Mr. Sonepul, now I got your surname.
It's line 12, my lady. Are you there? The arbitrator Justice Moseneke asked you, who in your view now?
Let's check if the witness is there already.
Sorry, my lady, I thought I heard her saying yes. I apologize. Are you there, Miss Jacobson?
Yes, that's all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Arbitrator Justice Moseneke, who in your view now, after this devastation, after the deaths of so many people and the harm of so many survivors, when you think back, you have been there for 30 years. When you think back, what did what wrong? Who did what wrong?
Who did what wrong?
That's, yeah, I apologize, Helen. Who did what wrong? Then you answer, we did all the things wrong by not following procedure. Do you see that?
Yes, Justice.
Can you explain to the court what procedure you refer to here?
I'm referring to the procedure of the licensing that I was tasked with.
Okay. And who is the we that you refer to here?
No, I'm referring to myself. I cannot speak for other people, Council.
Ms. Jacobus, I want you to go to page number 28693, please. My question relates to the next page, 28694, but I think it's just fair to you to have the context. So if you can read 28693 and then we will proceed to the next page. Would you prefer that I read it out loud?
I have feelings for all NGO managers to protect instinct cross-talking. Ms. Krause, okay, we will get to all of them, but I'm not only speaking about strengths now. Surely with your feeling or feelings of uncomfortable with what is happening, surely knowing a family, you would not have allowed her to become part of this abortive process. Ma'am, I did not allow her to become part. It was an open invitation to all the different NGOs and community for the word. If they are interested in opening extensions, and that is how she became part of the project, intervenes. Ms. Krause, surely you should have said to her and others, be careful, this process cannot work. Before that was the California, I have said, because remember, the opening of responsibility in corporate is their responsibility. So when I saw what was going on, hence I have written those letters. Ms. Krause, yes, you are not answering my question now, ma'am. I said to Basil, I don't know who Basil is. Krause, what I am saying is you knew this person's family, you know this process cannot work. You should have warned them saying this is not going to work. Do not start there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now, on the next page, the first lines you answered and says, Ms. Johanna Jacobus, I have warned the 4 people at the NGO Kalafong, but not the family. I mean, I do not go to their families. What did you mean there? Who did you warn and what did you warn them about?
It was the opening of the Kalafong facility. I'm talking about them, and Ms. Krause was referring to that. I know the families of the managers that was placed there.
Okay. Is that now the same 4 Kalafong people that were given permission, or would that Ms. Manamela confirmed that they will definitely get the NGO contract?
Yes, Council.
And that goes back to early December, January, that permission was already granted to them, or not permission, promises were already made to them earlier. And now
Yes,
you testify that you knew the families of those 4 people.
Yes, Council.
Now, what did you warn them about? Why did you warn them?
The structure, or I warned them about the structure, and that is why I've written several letters, so that when they do engage into it, that they are fully aware where they're letting themselves into by opening by occupying those wards, because NGOs, they were supposed to renovate the place themselves.
So you felt the need to warn them regarding the structures, but at the end of, yes, I apologize. You felt the need to warn them. What was your answer?
I say the structural condition of the building.
At the end of the day, did they proceed with the
Council. Yes, Council.
Did anything change in the structure?
No, Council.
And medical healthcare user vulnerable patients were placed in those structures?
No, Council.
Why not?
After the initial visit of the place with the engineers, I've asked the engineers to get consultants from Department of Infrastructure Development in, so that we could have a costing, and the one building that had seriously structural this thing. So they came, and with their final report, the place could not be used.
But there's 4. And
yes.
Please listen to my questions, because you make it very difficult. My first question was, did the structure change? And you said no. Then I asked you, did they proceed with the establishment of the NGOs in those structures? And you said yes.
No, I said no, ma'am. I didn't say they received it. I said no.
Which were you referring to? Which NGOs were you referring to?
Precious Angels, Anchor House, Lichai, and Sitovo NGO.
And all 4 of those NGOs, did they receive life Esidimeni patients?
No, Council, only Precious Angels and Ngos.
Okay, so then your answer is not no. Your answer is yes. 2 of them did receive. Am I correct?
But not on the premises. Not that your question to me, Council, was on the Cullinan premises, and that is why I said no.
I've asked about the California facilities.
Yes, I am saying California facility. They did not receive patients. Sorry, they did not receive patients at California.
Do I understand you correctly that you knew the family members of those 4 owners?
No, Council, I don't know them. Except for Mrs. Dorothy Franks. I'm staying in a township Eerstrus, and they are also staying there. That is how I know the family of, not by in person, but by acquaintance.
But you have testified that you also alerted Ms. Dorothy Franks.
Because Mrs. Dorothy Franks, Precious Angels, Sitlovo, and Legai managers were together. So all of them. And when Dr. Manamela said they should proceed, I've written a letter to Dr. Manamela that needed to be signed by Dr. Salabano, that the NGOs were given the opportunity to renovate and do it on and to renovate the premises. And prior to that, I written a letter to the CEO and asked permission for these 4 managers to visit Kalafong so that they can, before they start, can have an opportunity to look at the conditions of these wards.
Ms. Jacobus, I will leave it for argument because your answers really does not make any sense, but I will proceed with my questioning.
Council, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to answer your question which you've asked me.
Ms. Jacobus, it was your job to ensure that the NGOs were properly licensed, resourced, and that the patients were medicated properly. Is that correct?
That is a long question, Council, but I'll start first. Yes, it was my responsibility to license and resource. And then in terms of medication after placement, that is normally where the district comes in with their monitoring and support to NGOs. And I oversee just that.
Okay, but we know that the districts were not involved because Dr. Manamela said they cannot be involved. The districts were out of the picture with the marathon project.
Yes.
So I ask the question again. Was it your job to ensure that the NGOs were properly licensed, resourced, and that the patients were properly medicated?
It was my job to see that for the license, yes, and the resources and the medication and visits, we've been divided into different areas, the duties from the directorate to monitor and support the NGOs. So I did not do all of them by myself.
Do you agree that if the NGOs were not properly licensed, were not properly resourced, and the patients are not properly medicated, that it can be detrimental to the medical health care users, to their well-being?
Council, can I answer? May I answer, Council?
Yes, you're more than welcome.
In terms of the NGO, the structure and the resourcing, according to the inspection that was carried out in January, early February, for opening up of these NGOs, that was done and things were in place. In terms of medication, I cannot attest to that because medication comes into play after placement of patients in an NGO.
Ms. Jacobus, I'm going to put it to you that you are not telling the truth, because your previous evidence was that nothing like this would have happened if the NGOs, you followed proper procedures. That was your wording.
Council, the proper procedures that has been talked to previously and within the arbitration is that the proper procedures of licensing the NGOs according to legislature with the formal audits and with all the teams are not done.
Ms. Jacobus, if you had done your job properly, would people have died and suffered?
No, Council, I cannot attest to that. I cannot say that because I didn't know the condition of the patients, or I cannot take responsibility for that.
Now, please tell us who must take responsibility for that.
I don't know, Council.
Ms. Jacobus, I want to take you to the statement of Ms. Malebe. It's page number 5918, my lady. It's paragraph 5.
5918.
That's correct, my lady.
Paragraph 5.
Yes, thank you.
This is the statement of Tsetso.
Tsetso Malebe, my lady.
Yes.
And I'm specifically referring to line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Line 10, the sentence starts with, there was further telephonic communication. Do you have that?
Yes.
If I understand your evidence correctly, is you never proposed any names of any NGOs that was provided to you by Dr. Manamela. Is that correct?
We were introduced, as I've said, the council. There was meetings, several informal meetings at the office managers for the NGOs.
Listen to my question. My question is, your evidence was that these list of NGOs and the names were provided to you by Dr. Manamela. Is that correct?
Yes, that is after we finalized it in the 13th, after the formal meeting. And there was then where the people then indicated who was definitely interested in the NGOs.
My question is, the names were provided to you according to your own evidence by Dr. Manamela. Is that correct?
Myself and Dr. Manamela, because as I'm saying again, Council, it was after the meeting where we confirmed all the interested parties for these NGOs. And that is when I then conducted the visits at.
I'll put it to you that your evidence previously in your evidence was that the names and the list of the NGOs were provided to you by Dr. Manamela. You distanced yourself from the names.
Yes. No, I didn't distance myself. Maybe I didn't put it in that context, or I don't know, but this is my final answer. After the final meeting at the after the formal meeting, we then had the names for all these places to be visited, of all the NGOs, all the proposed managers, and that is not just in Tshwane, but across Gauteng, in all districts.
I'll proceed then with a statement of Tsetso Malebe. There was further telephonic communication between myself and Hannah Jacobus, where at a certain stage, she inquired from me as to whether I do not have any knowledge of any other place that could be utilized to accommodate patients. I approached a friend of mine called Yana Nkomu, and he agreed to lease a place for me. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Just 2 lines down, it says, I gave Hannah feedback. Do you see that?
Yes.
That I managed to secure a second property, and she informed me that she wanted to view the property, and then he provided you with the addresses at Skierberg and Hinops. You see that?
Yes.
So what I want to put it to you is that you also secured unknown NGOs. It's not only Dr. Manamela.
Yes, Council, according to the list that was that we from the attendance list, we've gathered all that.
Then on the next page, paragraph 9, also of Mr. Malebe's statement, and I want to go to the fourth line from the top on paragraph 9. The sentence starts with the issue. Can you see that? The issue regarding the menu was also discussed. Some of the NGO representatives who were in attendance complained about financial difficulties they were experiencing and lack of delay of medication for patients. After that meeting, Hannah Jacobus approached me and requested me to assist in buying food for other NGOs due to the fact that they were experiencing food shortages. I managed to assist the NGOs in Cullinan and Sepong in Atteridgeville financially.
What I remember of the Food Council was Dr. Manamela phoned me and informed me that Mr. Titeso will deliver food to all the NGOs, because by that time we've observed that there wasn't enough food in the NGOs.
So again, this is in contradiction with your previous evidence that there was enough food.
No, there was enough food. Remember, this was much later. I think this was towards, I think it was after July or so when these foods were delivered. It wasn't during the movement. During the movement, the NGOs was asked to have food and most of them had food. But this was later on, and the NGOs then said they cannot buy food because they don't have enough money. And then Dr. Manamela informed me that Mr. Titeso will deliver food at all the NGOs.
I put it to you that this was in June 2016, according to Mr. Malebe's statement.
I can't remember the date when Mr. Malebe delivered the food, and I wasn't present when he delivered the food.
But you were the one who requested him to assist with food for other NGOs.
No, I didn't request for food.
Okay, so he's not telling the truth.
No, because I was informed by Dr. Manamela about the food that will be delivered by the Tsetso.
And he says that this happened during the NGO meeting at Westkoppies. After the meeting, you approached him.
I was not at the Westkoppies meeting, Council. I didn't attend that meeting.
Okay, we'll hear then from Mr. Malebe if that is indeed correct.
But he did provide food to most of the NGOs. Then that was at the later stage when Dr. Manamela informed me that the food will be forthcoming.
I want to take you to page number 5920, paragraph 10. The fourth line from the bottom of paragraph 10. 1, 2, 3, the fifth line, I apologize. Mr. Malebe also said in his statement that I called Hannah Jacobus and made her aware of yet another person who could be of assistance to the Gauteng Department of Health. Hannah indicated that there was no need for her to apply for an NPO as Frida was going to work under me. Ultimately, Frida received patients from Cullinan. The arrangement was that I would transfer the money into her bank account after the department had made payments.
Yes, that is when we visited the third house, and this person was there because there wasn't a license made out for the third house. It was under Rabafeni and not this person that Mr. Maleba is referring to. So I said she cannot apply, she can operate under their auspices because they are licensed to have the houses.
So once again, no procedure was followed. It's a different house, different owner, different NGO.
Yes. Different NGO, but under the same Rabafeni auspices. And that is why it was called Rabafeni 3. And I said that the person could continue, but she doesn't have to apply because it will be Rabafeni's house and not the person's this thing.
Paragraph 11, Mr. Malebe testified and says, towards the end of December 2016, due to the challenges I was experiencing, I realized that I'd taken a wrong decision by accepting patients. A few lines down, it starts with Rebafeni withdrew. Do you see that? Also paragraph 11?
Rebafeni was, yes, I see that.
From providing food to the patients from the 15th of December 2016 due to the failure of GDOH to make payment for November 2016.
Let me just read it. I further called Dr. Manila and informed her that she had put the life of patients in danger. Is that where did you read that now, ma'am?
Just 2 lines down, Rebafeni withdrew. It starts with Rebafeni withdrew.
Rabafeni was, Rabafeni withdrew, yes. I see it now.
So from this paragraph, on the 15th of December, Mr. Malebe decided he had enough. He has still not been paid and he was stopped from providing food to the patients.
The meeting was set up by Dr. Lebete, and I was with Dr. Lebete. We were quite a number, and then we went to Rabafeni, and Dr. Lebete was chairing the meeting.
You're not answering my questions, but I'll put it to you. By this time, the NGO has been without any money or any payments from the Department of Health for 5 months.
Council, I don't know when the payment with the NGO started. I wasn't a part of that process.
But I want to take you to the statement of Dorothy Franks, page number 13653, paragraph 5. The 10th line from the bottom of paragraph 5.
Yes.
Where? That's fine. Paragraph 5.
The 10th line from the bottom, my lady.
Okay.
Hannah Jacobus and Mr. Mukhali were present when the patients arrived. I lodged a complaint with Hannah Jacobus, who went to the CEO of CCRC to discuss about the situation of patients not being brought with their files and identification, and the fact that they were dirty.
Yes, I'm aware. It's not Mr. Mukhali. Mrs. Gordon was with me. I think it was Mrs. Gordon. I can't remember, but
Okay,
but I was aware of the patients. I was aware of that incident.
On 24 June, Rochelle Gordon came to the centre and I complained to her that the patients were brought without medication and prescriptions.
Can I explain what happened that evening when the patients came, Council?
On 24 June. On 24 June.
No,
okay, but this is what this statement relates.
Patients were brought, when she says the patients were brought without their files and identity books.
Yeah.
I was on the premises. I was at the Ccoc house when the patients were brought, and I've discussed with the Cullinan staff and says that because I asked the patients wait until the following morning, because according to my knowledge, Mrs. Franks was responsible for children and not for adults. And I said, these are adult patients. Can't we wait and discuss and sort this out the following day? Then they said no, they were instructed to bring the patients that time or that day. I asked them I went to the office to speak to the CEO, and I was told the CEO was not there, and the matron phoned the CEO, where the CEO came to the hospital. We discussed it, and the CEO says she cannot take the patients back. Enka has to take the patients because they will be receiving patients the following morning from Life Esidimeni. Yes, and the patients did not have files, no medication, and we were together, myself and Rochelle, at the facility.
When did you do something about that, the fact that they did not have any files? Did you obtain those files or their identification or their prescriptions? Did you do something about except waiting until the following day? Do you know if that was sorted out?
I didn't do anything. The CEO said that she cannot provide the files and stuff because it's a hospital property. And so they will bring the medication would be brought the following morning because it was quite late when it happened.
Did you follow up? Was the problem resolved or do you not know?
The problem, Rochelle did assist, I think, with the Medicated. The hospital brought the medication over for the patients to anchor because the patients did have medication at the hospital's side.
Do you know that, or are you?
I've been told so. I've been told so by one of the staff members of the hospital.
Who told you that?
I can't remember the staff member that I spoke to. I can't remember all their names, but I spoke to a person. The one that I've recognized that was the previous evening who brought the patients over.
Ms. Jacobs, I want to take you to the statement of Diane Noyele, page number 10671, paragraph 6. 671. Ms. Noyele,
second. Paragraph 6.
That's correct, my lady.
Not so fast. Oh, paragraph 6. Yes.
This relates to Sia Badinga. Yes. And the statement reads, the facility had no dietitian on site. During a certain stage, Sia Badinga NGO ran out of medication, and the result, some patients spent about 2 weeks without medication. The challenge was communicated to Dr. Manamela and Hannah Jacobus and the Director of Health Mental at this Tshwane District, Mr. Pitse.
I'm listening for the question, Council.
Do you confirm that you have knowledge thereof?
No, I cannot remember that we had a meeting with Sia Badinga.
Do you know that they were without medication for a period of 2 weeks?
No, Council, I wasn't aware.
Ms. Noyele also proceeds in her statement on page 10672, and I only refer you to 2 patients, paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8.
Yeah, page 10672, my lady.
Yes, I'm there.
The following patients died. Are you there, Ms. Jacobus? I apologize.
1 minute. Yes, I'm there now.
Paragraph 8. The following patients died while under the care of Sia Badinga, Jabulani Mshlongu, which is one of the family members that we represent. She stated that he had uncontrolled epilepsy and was taken to the Mamelodi Day Hospital. He did not receive immediate help until I called Dr. Manamela and told her what was happening. After more than 5 hours, he was eventually admitted. He passed away at Mamelodi Day Hospital with the numbers. We had tried several times to contact the family. We eventually got hold of them and they came. Do you have any knowledge of this incident?
No, Council.
Then I will proceed with Yaku Stalls. When we were chased, do you see, sorry, the bullet point, it's the fifth
Yes, I
bullet
see,
point,
yeah.
says Yaku Stalls.
Yes.
When we were chased out, he was okay and alive. About a month later, I saw a post on Facebook that he was very sick and was taken to hospital. It was posted by his sister, Sandra. We started communicating and she was telling me that when she went to see him at CCRC before he was taken to Mamelodi Day Hospital, they refused her entry to the CCRC ward and made her to wait. At the clinic side of CCRC, she was stressed and asked for prayers. She started sharing pictures of Yaku in a bad condition. Do you have any knowledge of this incident?
No, Council.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobus, what was your relationship with Ms. Rochelle Gordon?
Miss Wu?
Our relationship is Mrs. Rochelle Gordon is the NGO coordinator in Tshwane, and we've worked closely together.
Do you have a good working relationship with her? Or did
With
you
all
have
the coordinators throughout Gauteng.
Yes.
I said I had a good relationship with all the coordinators throughout Gauteng.
But the question relates specifically to her. What was your relationship with her?
My relationship was, I was from the central office, the deputy director. Rochelle was the NGO coordinator for Tshwane district.
Okay. Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, page number 36602.
Page number?
36602, my lady.
Sorry, my lady, I'm not sure if Advocate Ccoc has rejoined. She informed me that she was kicked out. I was kicked out as well. So
it's fine. They can always rejoin.
She missed the part of Rochelle Gordon and she representing her.
This page is illegible. Is it 36602?
That's indeed correct.
There must be another page that is legible. This one is not legible. I don't think anybody can.
My lady, it's relating to the Exhibit H2, the statement of the SIU. I do not know why the pages is now different on the on case lines. I don't understand that.
This page is, if as I scroll.
Yeah, I can see that, my lady. But I mean, I think
are not readable at all. Mr. Late, just look at the
I have nothing to do with these documents. They were uploaded.
I'm not blaming you. Please, I haven't said anything. You're already exonerating yourself. I'm not saying you have to do with the document. I'm just letting you know that these pages are not readable. I don't know what is happening here. Is it our case line? But are there some of the documents you referred to them earlier?
That's correct, my lady. I'm still with the same H2 that was already handed in as an exhibit. This is the SIU.
No, I hear all that, but as you have just referred to the witness to page 36602. When I paged the document, I realized that the page is not legible. But now I'm scrolling forward and I see a number of pages. I don't know whether is it because of the system or what. Some of the pages were referred to previously. I don't understand here what is happening.
No, my lady, I can't explain it either because, I mean, we've been using the same page numbers throughout the whole day.
Yes, and they were legible.
Yeah, and our case lines, well, it's a completely different page on that page number.
I don't know about that, but my concern here is that I can't even read what is on the page itself. I don't know what to say to you, Mr. Late, because before I could say anything, you had already been exonerating yourself. But I just wanted to make you aware of this.
I don't have access to these documents, my lady. I don't have even copies of them. I don't know where they come from. They were uploaded by Ms. Sasha Stevenson. I don't know where they come from.
But I don't think it's a problem of who submitted the documents. It looks like some of them, when they were referred to, you see, like, what is this? This is the service level agreement between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni.
My lady, my apologies for interrupting. If I may be of assistance, I understood from Ms. Foster that the document that she wishes to refer to forms part of the annexes to the SIU documentation. Yes. If one were to go to section 407.
But before we do that, I will give you that opportunity. My concern is that as I'm scrolling down, some of the documents which were previously referred to were legible, but I don't understand now what is happening. There are documents which one cannot read. That's why I'm giving an example of, there was a prior reference to the service level agreement between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni, right? At that time, when I looked at this page, 3563. Now the page that follows, 36564, you can't read what is there. And it's a number of pages. I don't know what happened here.
My lady, I cannot explain what happened.
Okay, it's fine. Let me give. I hope I'm not going to have problems at the time I want to look at these documents to assist me to arrive at a decision.
Well, I really don't understand, because the page that I referred to that was previously on case lines 36602 is now on case lines page 37646.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it's about 1,000 pages more that it shifted.
Isn't it, like, can I hear what Mr. Van Bergen wanted to say?
My lady, purely for purposes of assistance, or hopefully assistance, Section 407 contains legible copies of all the SIU annexures. This particular document should be amongst those, but obviously it will take some time to find it.
Mr. Van Bergen, I apologize. I'm not referring to the annexures. I'm referring to H2, the statement that was handed in and read into the record by this witness. H2, her statement that she made to the SIU. The one that we've been dealing with the whole time.
Well, that is not how I understood it, but I'm not leading your case.
Okay, I see your attorney has referred me to this page, 37647. Let's all go there. I don't know what is it that I'm going to find here. It looks like this is a statement.
That is H2, my lady.
Yeah, but this is not the previous page that I was referred to. Is it the same page?
It's the same page, but different page number, my lady.
Oh, yeah. All right, yes. Mr. Sanupul, I'm okay here. Which paragraph now?
Paragraph 7, my lady.
Paragraph 7 will be on the next. Yeah, there's something wrong here because this is, let me see. Paragraph 7 will be on 37647.
Yeah, although previously it was 36601.
Yeah, I hope this is not going to confuse me.
Ms. Jacobus, I want to refer you to paragraph 7.3, the last line. Are you there? This is your statement. H2.
Is it 7.3, Council?
The last line on that page, yes. I do not know. Do you see that?
Yes, as far as I'm aware. Yes, I do not know, yes.
Where the precious angels informed the GDOH regarding the change in facilities.
Yes.
Did you refer here to the address that was changed?
Yes, Council. Yes.
Now, if there was, who was responsible for the changing of the addresses on the licenses?
The license was never changed, Council.
Okay. But if address is changed, who would be responsible to change it on the license?
It was supposed to be me, but I wasn't aware of that the NGO has changed addresses.
Remember, this relates to, if I remember your evidence yesterday, this will relate to the premises which you testify that
yes.
The license was issued, or you went to inspect the place. And
yes.
When you got the people, you had a problem because the address where you found the NGO did not accord with what you had before.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Continue.
Would you only change the address on the license or in normal procedures, or will you issue a whole new license?
A whole new license was supposed to be issued. So the place needs to be inspected first, and then the license will follow.
So that whole procedure of the whole team going there, inspecting the place, that whole procedure will have to be followed before a new license can be issued.
Yes, Council.
Okay. And in the circumstances of Precious Angels, that did not happen. Am I correct?
Yes, Council. Can I just explain?
Yes, you're welcome.
Remember with the LE facilities where the patients were placed, formal visits was not done at not one of the NGOs. It was only inspections, formal inspections, where I acquired the support and assistance from the engineers. So we've seen the first place that was inspected. And then when a problem occurs, and we've been sent to go and investigate after the report of Mr. Sanello, we went to, myself and Mr. Barney went to the place that we've initially visited and know that the patient's supposed to be. When we got there, there was no Precious Angels. So the person that came out that we spoke to showed us where Precious Angels was further down the road. And we went there.
I want to refer you to paragraph 14. If you just scroll down, it's page 37653 on the new page numbers.
Paragraph
14, my lady. It used to be 36607.
Is this the correct page, Mr. Light? 37653.
Yeah.
Yes, Council.
Okay. I want you to read it from the fourth line. We took everything that could possibly assist the NGOs. Are you there?
Which line is that?
The fourth line from the top in paragraph 14.
Yes, I see it now.
We took everything that we could possibly to assist. We took everything that could possibly assist the NGOs so that they did not have to incur unnecessary and additional expenditure. We visited all the private hospitals and even went to 2 hotels in Pretoria to gather whatever they had to spare that could assist the NGOs. I remember Miomet and Denmark even rescheduled their normal working time frames to assist us to supply usable items. I gave various private hospitals the names and contact numbers of the NGOs in Pretoria area and the number of beds they required. In that way, the hospitals could directly contact the NGOs if they had any usable items available, especially beds. I recall that the only NGO that did not require any beds was Rebafeni.
My lady, there's a video for Dorothy Frank on.
What is happening? Please, you are distracting our proceedings. Ms. Franks, can you please switch off that thing, please? I can't keep on doing this. Continue.
Do you agree with this paragraph? That
Yes,
is what you're doing?
Yes.
Right. Ms. Jacobus, my intention now is just to point 2 other situations out to you, and then I'll ask my question. So I apologize. I just want to get to the point. On that same statement in paragraph 8.6, you also said 8.6, the 4th line. Are you there?
I'm getting there now. 8.6 years.
Rochelle and I were running around. Do you see that? Are you there?
Yes.
Fetching donations, taking sick patients to hospital. Some of the patients sent to Precious Angels were sick patients who required hospital care and close observation. Do you confirm that was what was happening?
Yes.
And lastly, paragraph 9.2.
Yes.
The hospitals of Kalafong Hospital, the third line from the bottom of paragraph 9.2,
Yes.
did, however, provide the NGO with linen and food. The hospital provided the 3 main meals, and the NGO was responsible for providing mid-morning and afternoon tea to the MHCUs.
Yes, Council.
Ms. Jacobus, do you agree with me that when the medical health care users were with Life Esidimeni, there was no problem?
I did not follow the care at Life Esidimeni. I did not partake in that, Council.
But there's no evidence that there was a shortage of food. There was no evidence that there was a shortage of linen. There was no evidence that there was inadequate staff. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree with you there.
There was no evidence that the staff members were not qualified to look after the medical health care users. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I've observed that, yes.
There was no evidence that 144 patients died at Life Esidimeni in a short period of a few months.
I have no evidence of that or information about that, Council.
So, what I put to you, that these actions, this running around, this asking private hospitals for donations, for food, for hotels to supply you with whatever they can, whatever usable items they have, was a result of your own irrational, unlawful decision to issue false licenses.
No, Council, it wasn't through my own result, and I didn't just issue false licenses. I was instructed to comprise those licenses and do those to get it ready.
But do you agree with me? If you followed proper procedures, none of this would have happened.
No, Council, I don't agree with you because it was stated various times to follow the proper procedure, but I wasn't awarded or granted the opportunity to do that.
I'm going to ask my question.
Just a second. What is the response?
I said it was in discussion several times within the directorate with Dr. Mlamela, and I wasn't given the opportunity to carry out my task as I am supposed to carry it out.
But you were not forced to change those numbers as you had testified, isn't it?
I wasn't forced. Remember that time, the first time after the licenses, when Dr. Mlamela called me in. And she gave me some figures and said that I should change a few licenses.
Yes,
then
I don't want us to go back there. My question is, you were not forced to do that?
No,
yes.
Council.
My lady, I think at my point, I will move.
Yes, continue.
My lady, I think I've made my point, so I will leave that for argument. I want to continue to paragraph 17 of that same statement.
Paragraph 17.
That's correct, my lady.
That will be on page?
Well, previously 36608, but now it's 37654, my lady.
It was previously?
36608.
Yes. Are you there, Mrs. Jacobs?
Yes, my lady.
Ms. Jacobs, on lines, the paragraph starts with, unfortunately, nothing come of that meeting. The project went on at the same hectic pace. Are you with me?
Yes.
And we had to do what we could to reach the deadline, which was 31 March 2016. With me?
Yes, Council.
The member of the Executive Council, MEC of Health, Ms. Kodani Mshlangu, eventually extended the project deadline to 30 June 2016.
Yes, Council.
To your knowledge, why was this project extended by Ms. Kodani Mshlangu?
I have no knowledge because I wasn't part of senior management meetings. We've been informed that it was extended by Dr. Manamela to 30 June 2016.
Okay, but you agree with me in your statement, you say
Yes,
that
because
you could not
remember,
reach the deadline and she gave the instruction to extend the deadline.
I don't know whether she gave the instruction, but we've been told it was extended by the MEC to that date. So who was involved or whether there was any paperwork or writing or discussions or meetings, I have no knowledge.
Once again, Ms. Jacobus, I'll leave it for argument. It seems.
Yes, just move on, please.
As the court please, I will do that. Ms. Jacobus, can you please explain to the court, are you familiar with the term adjustment syndrome?
No, Council, if you can explain.
Well, it's a syndrome that was used, that apparently, I'm just referring to the previous evidence that's common with medical healthcare users, that they do not adapt to change very easily. They don't like change.
Okay, Council.
All right. All right, so my question to you relates to paragraph 18.2.
Change of environment, ne?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, paragraph 8.2.
18.2, 18.2. It was previously page 36609. Mr. Swanepoel did direct the court now to page 37655. 37655. Are you there, Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, Council.
The first line from the top says, Manamela said to me not to worry, as the placement was only temporary. It was a measure to get the LE facilities empty. Once everything was done and all the patients were transferred from LE facilities, the patients will be relocated to suitable NGOs. The last sentence.
I see that.
It was thus a temporary arrangement to get everyone moved from the LE facilities.
I see that, Council.
Does this, you as a psychiatric nurse with experience working with medical healthcare users, does this arrangement make any sense in your professional opinion?
No, Council.
So they were transferred from a place where most of them have been for years to an unknown facility just to be relocated and moved again because this was temporary.
Can I explain? Can I add to that, Council?
Yes.
That discussion between myself and Dr. Namela arose when I called her to confirm and to discuss the patient placements and at times some of category of patients. And I alluded to her that there was more patients placed at the NGO that I was in question. Then she says, we should continue. It's just temporary. We will sort it out afterwards.
I hear you, Ms. Jacobus, but is it logical? Does it make sense to do that kind of trauma to a vulnerable medical healthcare user?
No, Council.
Is it fair to them?
No, it's not fair.
Thank you. Paragraph 21. Previously, it was page.
There.
Okay.
Yes.
366.
I want those previous pages so that I should.
36610, my lady.
36610, yes.
What's the previous
page? Each other. 37656.
That's correct, my lady.
They follow each other, then there is no problem. Yes, continue.
The third line from the bottom of that paragraph, it's your statement. You said, we then eventually ran into medication problems. Rochelle and I literally hijacked hospital pharmacies at night to assist with medication. We received assistance from Kalafong and mostly Westkoppies. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Now, when you hijacked these hospital pharmacies, what did you have in front of you? What did you produce to these pharmacies in order to get medication?
Can I explain the procedure that we followed?
Please.
I've contacted the CEO of Westkoppies first, and I first visited the regional pharmacy. And when we couldn't be assisted there, I found the CEO, explained the situation, and then she agreed that we would utilize or bring everything to Westkoppies. She will arrange for a pharmacist that same evening to come in and assist. I found the NGOs concerned and to bring in the scripts. I arranged with at that stage.
Don't we have that evidence? I think we have that evidence.
Okay.
Yes.
Now that is what happened.
Just go direct to the question that was asked.
I was doing that.
Come again?
I was doing according to the evidence that I've arranged with doctors and.
No, I was just saying stick to answer the question that was posed to you.
I'm trying to answer the question, my lady.
Yes, but I don't think it needed those details. Can you rephrase the question, Miss?
I wanted to know, when you approached the pharmacy, what did you have with you? What did you have in your possession to present to the pharmacist to obtain medication?
The managers of the respective NGOs came, and they brought in the scripts of the patients. I did not have anything. I was working with the NGOs.
So the medicine was only distributed from Westkoppies according to specific prescriptions, am I correct? To specific patients?
Yes, yes. To all the patients that did not have medication, was different NGOs.
Okay. I want to.
Are you finishing, Ms. Foster? Because
my lady, I've got 5 more points. 5 more, then I'm
just
done.
wrap up and finish.
I will do that.
Taken the whole day.
I know that I'm testing the court's patience. This is my last topic. Ms. Jacobus, the evidence before this court was that the contract with Life Esidimeni was terminated due to budgetary constraints. Would you agree or disagree with me? Was that what was told?
We've informed, yes, that it was due to that.
So, paragraph 26, it was previously page 36612.
Paragraph?
26, my lady.
Yes, it's fine. You can leave the pages because I've got the previous page.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. Now I've confused myself. The paragraph 26, line 2, it states you stated that despite us telling Manamela that we need more time, she just informed us that senior management said everything is on track and in place. We should just continue. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my statement.
My question to you is, did you ever see any of the senior management personnel except for Dr. Manamela on ground level whilst you were busy sorting all the problems that has arisen?
Not that I can count off, but my direct contact was only Dr. Manamela.
Paragraph 27.1. I want to refer you to that paragraph. This paragraph relates to determining of a budget and the normal process that should be followed under normal circumstances where you follow the correct procedures.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, so it says that if you're satisfied, the district submits a preliminary budget. It starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, line 8 from the top. Once I'm satisfied, the district submits a preliminary budget to my office for the NGO in the district. Based on this information I received from various district offices, I prepare the provincial budget. You agree?
Yes. Yes.
So you complete the provincial budget, and after the completion of the provincial budget, I send the information back to the district for the review and input. The district complies and sends me their final budget for the signature of the district chief director. That is then the final budget that the MHG will send to the office of the HOD for approval.
Yes.
So that is then you approve the budget, you do the budget.
No, I don't approve the budget, I do the budget.
Okay, I agree, sorry. 27.2, line 2. Just after the first group of LE medical healthcare users were placed at the NGOs, I realized that we forgot about the budget. I went to Mr. John Makabati at the finance section and informed him that we have a problem and asked him, what are we going to do about it? So the fact that the NGOs were not paid, the fact that they did not receive the subsidy, was also can be blamed to the fact, again, of your irrational, unlawful conduct. Would you agree?
No, Council, I don't agree. It's through my irrational conduct. The mere fact that I reminded myself that the NGOs, I don't know how far the process is for the payment, and there's no documentation, and that is why I went to Mr. Makabati and says, are there anything else that we could do? And I contacted the districts to gather the information and to start with the process on district level.
No, Ms. Jacobus, you're not answering my question. Your statement says that you forgot about it.
Not in that sense, Council. And it's not the budget per se. It's for the payment of the NGOs, because it was near completion of the project. And then I thought...
Continue.
And then I thought about the payment, because at the near the end of the project, that was then June, because the following month the NGOs were supposed to start getting their funding. And that is why I've contacted the district and asked how far that is, and I've been told that they haven't started this yet. And I've asked them to start collecting paperwork.
I'm going to read it to you again. Just
you don't
after.
need to read it again, Council. I know what I've said there.
Just after the first group of Esidimeni medical healthcare users were placed at the NGOs, I realized that we forgot about the budget. That is what your statement says.
Oh, but maybe in my saying that, I didn't really mean forgot about the budget. I was thinking about the payments when the last patients would be placed, well, the NGOs would be starting effectively to be paid then.
Ms. Jacobus, I'm going to put it to you that once again, if the service level agreement was in place, if the licensing was done properly, if you did follow proper procedure, if the documentation was in place, then it would have been another issue. But the fact remains, you realized that you completely forgot to include the budget. The patients were already placed by the NGOs. They did not receive money. They did not have money. They had to rely on donations. One NGO had to provide food for other NGOs because you forgot about the budget.
Council, my lady, if I can just come in here again. Maybe it's word of terminology. I did not forget about the budget. I was thinking about the paperwork because of we didn't follow the proper route. And I knew that maybe not all NGOs, I knew the ending in of paperwork. And that is why I went to Mr. Makabata and asked, did you receive anything from the district? When he says no, I found the district coordinators and asked to start with the process so that they can start with their process to give into at the financial office.
Ms. Jacobus, I'll hear your answer. I will put it to you that H3, you were provided the opportunity to make amendments. You did not amend the statement. And this statement clearly reads that you forgot about the budget. And it goes further than that. If you read to the next paragraph on the next page, we meet with the management of each NGO to discuss the budget and set on an agreed amount. It is also only after the budget has been settled that we sign a service level agreement with the NGO. As mentioned before, this was an unusual circumstance. None of the aforementioned processes took place. Due to the hectic and chaotic nature of the project, we really forgot about the budget.
And the budget I'm referring to is the payment of the NGOs. It's not the budget by finalizing the budget. The budget was finalized well in April. That 1st of April when we started when we started with the licenses, the budget was finalized.
I agree. It's regarding the payment of the NGOs.
Payment of NGOs, yes.
The people that you knew will not be able to look after medical health care users without money.
If I may ask this question, Mrs. Jacobus.
Yes, my lady.
It appears that this live Esidimeni project, in the transfers of the movement of the mental health care users, all the processes were not followed. Are you aware of any process that was properly followed? Because
no,
that
my
were
lady.
being told. Huh?
No, my lady, processes were not followed.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobus, I will put it to you that the whole reason why the contract with Life Esidimeni was terminated was due to budgetary constraints.
We've been told that, Council.
So the only inference that I can draw from this is that you, the Department of Health, did not even know or concern themselves that moving patients to an NGO from Life Esidimeni will lead to a financial benefit. Because you did not even know, there was not even a budget in place for the NGOs. So how can the reason be provided that it will be financial, it's due to budgetary constraints? All these medical healthcare users' lives had to be disrupted.
Your question, Council?
That the only inference that I can draw is that the Department of Health did not even know that there will be a financial benefit for them to close down Life Esidimeni, to terminate the contract.
Oh, Council, I disagree with you. As I've stated again, after I've done the April license, and that was the 1st of April, that was before even the 1st of April for signature, that was in March sort of. There was a
2016.
budget. Yes, my lady, there was a budget. The budget was handed in at the financial section. The budget was available. When I talk about budget, was maybe at that time why I'm saying it's maybe just my terminology. It's what I was thinking about when the project ends and the NGOs has to sign the several service level agreements. But they cannot do that without paperwork because I wasn't aware, I wasn't sure how far the paperwork was at the different districts for these new NGOs. And that is why I called all the coordinators and asked them to get that, how far the process is and to finalize that process and to submit it to their financial section so that it can come up to it, to central office.
Ms. Jacobus, I hear all that you're saying, But we all know that that strategic plan of the implementation for 2014 to 2020 with this ban, you did not even, it was totally out of the picture with this marathon project.
Yes.
Now, I'll put it to you. At that stage, you did not even know how many NGOs were you going to appoint. You did not even know where the people will be placed. In this circumstances, during the marathon project, you knew the NGOs, you knew how many patients you had, but you used the fact that the contract had to be terminated because it will be financially viable to the Department of Health, but you did not even have a budget in place.
I disagree with you, Council. There was a budget in place. And I'll iterate again.
Was that budget
After
used?
the licenses, the budget was drawn up according to the inspected NGOs. The budget was finalized and handed into finance section. That is the process, the line of communication. It was handed in at the financial section and it was finalized there. My mentioning of the budget, that is why I said it's my communication. It's not the budget per se, but it's the payment of these NGOs at the end of the project after the service level agreements would be signed after June.
I will put your statement, that same paragraph continue, which says, I informed Mr. Makabate that no processes were followed in the appointment of the NGOs. I wanted to know what the GDOH is going to do in respect of the payments of the NGOs. He said to me that they were all in this difficult situation and that the GDOH will have to pay the NGOs whether the correct processes were followed or not, but urgent service level agreements had to be signed. I made the following suggestion in terms of the newly established NGOs. I would ask the district officers to get all the documents together for each of the new NGOs that are required for NGOs to be registered for payment. I felt that we had to have at least some sort of record available to effect payment.
Yes, before the end of June, that's correct.
Paragraph 27.3, the fourth line from the top, Mr. Makabate said that he would have to,
Ms. Foster?
almost my lady, almost, he would have a look at all the figures to determine where the funds would come from to pay the NGOs.
What is the question? Or the witness is she's still reading the paragraph.
That's good.
What Mr. Makabate referred to here was exactly because the service level agreements hasn't been signed as yet.
Okay, now how do you explain the next sentence? I cannot confirm if there ever was a plan in place as to how these NGOs would be paid by the GDOH as per Manamela's plan.
And that is,
I have no knowledge of any agreement or promises made by Manamela to the NGOs that the NGOs would have to carry themselves for the first few months.
And it was based on the startup funds for the 3 months, because we were discussing that to see if we could get startup funds, but apparently it wasn't agreed.
Okay, the fact of the matter remains there was no plan in place. I will move on. 27.6, fifth line, I was informed by some of the NGOs that they only received 1 day's notice prior to receiving patients. They did not have time to prepare in respect of having sufficient supplies. Do you agree with that?
Some of the NGOs complained about that.
Okay. Paragraph 29. Statement reads from the second line, I was not involved in that process or the closure of the NGO subsequent to the death of the LE MHCUs. I also know that at some point towards the end of the project, when all the Life Esidimeni MHCUs were placed, Mr. Motsonogi was removed as the project leader due to constantly raising his concerns regarding the time frames and the outcome. Can you please tell the board, do you know who took responsibility after you were removed and Mr. Motsonogi was removed? Do you have any knowledge of who took over the responsibility?
No, ma'am. I don't know.
My lady, I think I'm finished. I just want to read one more paragraph.
Yes, continue.
Paragraph 31, Ms. Jacobus, if you can just provide some clarity. During the project, we continued without completing any formal documentation. We did, however, complete reports to state that facilities were in place and what not at the identified NGOs. There was an audit or assessment form designed during the process of the project. However, there was a standard NGO evaluation form available that we would use under normal circumstances. The form designed during the project was not sufficient to determine whether an NGO is suitable to provide care to an MHCU. The new form did not allow for sufficient space to provide adequate comments. It relied on yes and no observations, but did not give the assessor the opportunity to say on what based their yes or no remarks. Do you agree with that?
Yes, as was pointed out yesterday, the form that council went through. That was it. I said it was a brief, shortened version of the assessment form.
Ms. Jacobus, I put the following to you, and I've just put it to you because I'm going to use it in my argument at the end of this inquest. That your conduct was an important contributory fact to the blatant and intentional neglect of these medical healthcare user patients. I'm going to argue that. Do you want to answer to that?
Yes, I'll answer to it, my lady.
Just a second, there is an objection from, just a second, there is an objection. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady. This is a statement, pregnant and fraud with self-incrimination, and Ms. Ccoc need not respond thereto, my lady. With all due respect.
Yes, Ms. Foster?
Well, lady, I do not know how I can argue that if I did not put it to the witness. I'm putting it to the witness that is what got me.
Yes, but the witness has been warned. It's up to her if she wants to respond.
Exactly.
Or not. Yes.
Exactly. If she wants to respond, she can respond.
I want you that if you feel that the question that is posed to you will lead to, I'm talking to you, you're talking to someone, Mrs. Jacobus.
No, I'm not talking to somebody, lady.
I could see that. Can you please listen attentively? You have been warned. It's up to you to decide whether you want to answer or not.
What I've said was no to Ms. Council Foster's statement, the last statement.
Oh, you don't agree with it, full stop. That's what you say. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Please only engage the witness while the witness is still in the stand, because I can see the concentration is not in court.
Mr. Pino, do you still want to say something?
No, I'm just waiting for the end of the interaction as the court pleases, my lady.
Well, I do not know if you appreciate the comments. I think we are all here. So, but in any event, I'll continue.
Maybe he's waiting to hear the next question. All right, continue.
Thank you, my lady. I will also put it to you, Mr. Jacobus, that my argument will be, at the end of this inquest, your conduct was reckless, that you knew that the care was inadequate, that you knew that the care that was not there, that was necessary to care for these medical healthcare users, and that your actions contributed in the failure of this proper care. And I will argue that you did this willfully. You knew what was going on. You want to answer?
No, Counsel, I did not.
Thank you, my lady. I do not have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I see it's now 25 to 4. Ms. Mjerera, you want to proceed now?
No, my lady, I wanted to ask that with the Honorable Court's indulgence, can I start with my cross-examination tomorrow morning?
Do you, how many questions? Do you have many questions? You can start now and finish tomorrow. Why do you want to start tomorrow? I could see that you have been ready since in the morning.
Yes, my lady, but in view of the cross-examination by my learned colleague, Advocate Foster, there are some issues that I need to double-check, my lady.
Okay. Can I find out who's going to be next? Is it Ms. Mboweni or Ms. Ccoc? I think Ms. Ccoc is on behalf of Ms. Gordon. Or no, it's going to be, we also have Ms. Maite.
Good afternoon, my lady. Yes, my lady.
Are you following?
Is my senior.
Come again?
Ms. Maite is my senior.
Where is she? But I saw
I seem to be having troubles with my camera, but I am trying to.
Okay, you're going to follow me
now. But oh no, that's not me. But my lady, under the circumstances, it's Ms. Ccoc first. It's Ms. Ccoc first who has to provide who is my senior according to the seniority list.
Okay. Ms. Ccoc, are you the one who's going to follow after Ms. Njerere?
If Ms. Ramaimela will not cross-examine,
yes, there is also Ms. Ramaimela. I see there is a hand. Yes, I just want you just to know how you're going to follow each other. Ms. Ramaimela, are you there?
Good afternoon, my lady. Ms. Ramaimela is here. Together with myself is Advocate Makape.
Yes.
We have agreed with Mr. Sibara that we will come after him as we normally do.
What is the reason for that? Because now the evidence is different from the previous one. That's why I want to check as to who follows. You didn't make that. You have agreed with him, but you didn't make that request before court, isn't it?
No, it has been made right from the beginning, my lady.
Oh, were you referring to all the witnesses?
We were referring to all the witnesses, my lady.
Okay.
As it pleases the court, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Franks, we don't want to see you. Can you please switch off your camera? Ms. Asim, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, my lady. I just
can I request Mrs. Dorothy Franks to switch off her camera, please? Yeah, continue because it appears this takes some time. I've noted you, Ms. Boko.
My lady, if it would be of any assistance to the court, I can remind you of the list of seniority of the juniors.
I think I have it. I don't have it before me. I'll have to print it tomorrow, yes?
What I could do, my lady, is provide it to your registrar.
Yes, is that the updated one? Because I remember I had the previous one.
It is an updated one, and it indicates the date of
okay, that will be proper, yes.
Yeah, so the dates of seniority are
Please
there.
Do that and then I will print it.
This.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Boko.
Thank you.
Okay, my lady, I'm looking at
There is something wrong with Miss Dorothy Franks. I don't know whether she wants to address the court or what. Can you please do that later once I'm done with the council? If you, yes, you see now. Please talk to your clients. I don't want to be disrupted while the proceedings are on because they keep on putting on their cameras and I hear funny things in the background. I'm sorry to say that Miss Beauty Kana remembers that this has been happening quite often with her. Yes, Miss Boko?
As a court pleases, my lady, I wanted to say I'm looking at the seniority list. I think it is, in fact, the updated one. And after Mr. Sibara follows Mr. Hutama and myself because we are the same seniority. However, I
was just checking, but I didn't, you know, as I was checking, I had expected you to say I'm following and you were not there. So I just remembered the names. So it means I didn't even mention your names because I don't have the list. I just take it that we had agreed that you are going to follow the sequence, isn't it?
In terms of the sequence, I follow Mr. Sibara, but however, for how the cross-examination of the witness proceeded today, I was supposed to speak immediately after Miss Munjelele, who is senior to Miss Foster, Mr. Sibar. And according to today's proceedings, I was supposed to have spoken after her. So I just wanted to place on record that I do not have any questions for the witness.
Okay, so you were supposed to follow her. Okay, thank you very much. There is a hand who sent, is that? Yeah, Menir.
How are you, my lady? My lady, I just put on record, I'll follow after Miss Maite.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
Indeed, so my lady, I do.
Okay. All right. The witness is warned to be here tomorrow. She's warned that she should not discuss the evidence with anybody else. You are excused. Once this council starts talking, we're not going to adjourn the proceedings. I see lots of hands are coming, even while I'm already being told that there is an updated list of seniority. So there's no need to tell me anything. I'll be having the list tomorrow, then we continue as I will be having the list. Otherwise, every one of you will be saying, I'm following after this one. Is that what you are going to do, Mr. Provi?
No, my lady, my request is merely just for clarity before the court that I understand that we're projecting from the premise of the seniority list. So I then always understood it that I will always be last. But I just wanted to confirm that with the new submissions, with the two following one another, do they follow after me or do I remain last is all I'm asking.
You remain last, but remember there were some requests in respect of Mr. Sibara, and then there will be also the council representing Mr. Musenohi. Yes.
Do they go before the region?
So you will come just before them, yes. Thank you. Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Stevenson has diagnosed the problem with the discrepancy in the pages of the cross-examination during the cross-examination. What happened?
Ms. Stevenson. Who's that?
Sasha Stevenson. Yeah.
What happened?
What happened is that Nilasirwe uploaded transcripts between the two the cross-examination.
Is it possible for her not to do that before she contact you?
What we're going to do, what I discussed with Stevenson, is we're going to put in blank pages where the transcripts were before the new ones that she put in, and then move all the transcripts to the end of sections.
Yes.
And that all new documents will then be uploaded above the transcripts.
Yeah, okay. Please discuss it with her also, so that she shouldn't upload documents without first discussing that with you. Please.
But I'm going to ask Ms. Stevenson to assist me in moving.
Yes, obviously, I know.
I'm not so.
But Irene
good.
was doing this, and we never had problems, isn't it?
Yeah. But she was born with a computer in her mouth.
Oh, okay. All right. Whose hand is that? Please put it down.
That
Unless
was
you
my
want to. Is that your hand? Okay. Thank you. On that note, the proceedings will be adjourned until tomorrow morning. Are you, in the meantime, attending to the issue of dates for the next term? As I indicated, we will discuss them in the week. That will be the third week of term, because next week we're not sitting. But please try to see what you can do. Ms. Hasim, will you assist us, because we bank on you on this one? If you can rotate your...
The poll, my lady, the doodle
yes,
poll.
Please do that, and then so that we shouldn't wait until the third week. Maybe by next week, by Friday next week. Remember, we said we're going to discuss that in our case management meeting on Friday. So in the meantime, if you had started, if they had started yesterday and tomorrow, so at least by maybe Tuesday, there will be direction.
We'll do so, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. The proceedings are therefore adjourned. Thank you.
As a court, please.
As the court, please.
May it please the court.